Live from Moon Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. More softball action coming to you on LHSN, this time a doubleheader with the Lynchburg Hornets playing host to the Averett Cougars. Season opener for Averett and third-year head coach Stephen Alcorn. And they get set to take on Lynchburg, who comes in today 2-2 on the year, splitting doubleheaders last weekend against William Peace and then yesterday against Methodist. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in this afternoon. TJ Wingert with you on hand. Excited to see some high-quality softball in today's contest. Getting the bump, or getting the nod on the bump today, Angela Sperandeo for Lynchburg. Sperandeo Jr. from Glen Allen, Virginia, stands at 5'4", winds, fires, first pitch of the day. Down and outside. Count starts at 1-0. Battery made today for Sperandeo, Caroline Joy, 1-0. Chopped foul. So right on left matchup to open up today. Leading things off, Peyton Lowry. 1-1. Misses the zone. 2 balls and a strike. Chop foul behind home plate. So as stated, Lynchburg 2-2 on the season. All 4 of those games being played here on Moon Field. That trend continues today. Meanwhile, Averett's season opener last year, a team that struggled playing away from home, 4-12. So that's going to be one of the big questions today. How does Averett respond to playing away from their home confines? 2-2, off speed, down in the dirt. Count runs full. Payoff pitch to Lowry. Rolled over. First base side. And it goes across the first base chalk. See another payoff pitch. Lowry had to play it a freshman. Hails from the Commonwealth. Over to third, throw across the infield in time to retire the leadoff bat. Addison Walter, over at short, making that play. Ruby Stewart. So Lowry retired 6-3 to start the day. 2-hole bat. Anna Coleman now steps to the plate. Senior from Yanceyville, North Carolina. First pitch of the AB outside the zone. Sperandeo still looking to get comfortable on the circle. Rolled to third, coming up firing and making the throw across the infield. Walter sets down Coleman. There's 2 down to start the day. And with 2 away, 3-hole bat, Hannah Thompson, senior pitcher and infielder. We will see Thompson on the mound in the bottom half of the first. First pitch, a touch outside. 1-0 count to the third consecutive hitter on the inning. Rope down the left field line. Lynchburg gets it in quickly. And it's a loud single with 2 down for Thompson, who's aboard at first base. So Thompson on at first. 2 away, top half the first inning. Game 1 of 2 to be played this afternoon. First pitch swinging, lined out towards second, covering the necessary ground, and there to make the play. Ashley Haley collects out number 3. We're through the top of the first, still scoreless from Moon Field. We'll step aside and come back with the home half of the first inning, get our first look. Lynchburg softball offense. Home half of the first inning. Top three in the Lynchburg order features Carly Hundle, Addison Walter, and Ruby Stewart. They'll go toe-to-toe with Hannah Thompson getting the start today for Averett in the first game of our twin bill coming to you on LHSN. First start of the season for Thompson. Season ago, 10 appearances, 6 starts, 3-3 overall record last spring. Hundle, the left-handed batter's box, takes the first pitch high and wide. Hitters count to start. Talking more about Thompson's season last year, 44 and a third innings pitched. ERA 2.84. Opponents hit 308 against. 1-0. Grazes by the bottom half of the zone, evens the count at 1-all. Hundle, the designated player today for Coach Don Simmons, 23rd year at the helm of this Lynchburg softball program. Thompson deals, slap approach. Hundle sends it back to the net. Pitchers count now 1-2. Chance to see what Thompson goes to and a strikeout opportunity now. 1-2, catches the outside corner. Hundle goes down looking backwards. K, solid start to the day for Hannah Thompson. How to bring Addison Walter to the plate. Walter to this point in the season, .333 average. Started all 5 games for the Hornets. First pitch she sees today. Catches the zone. Count starts at 0-1. The 0-1 offering. Same spot. Same result. Thompson way out in front, 0-2. Now to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Following Walter comes Ruby Stewart. Either the two reach, Caroline Joy in the cleanup spot in game 1 for the Hornets. Walter underneath it, skied up, first base side. Will it stay in play? It will. Just enough real estate. Catch be made by Chloe Horton. Walter set down, pop out to first. That becomes the second out in the home half of the first. So Ruby Stewart to the plate. .375 average. This becomes the 4th appearance in the starting lineup for Stewart. Ahead in the count, 1-0, 5th game played overall. Stewart had a home run yesterday, up to 3 RBIs already this season. 1-0, sent back to the padding. Count even at 1-all. Thompson with the chance to answer back the scoreless top half of the frame, pitched by Angela Sperandeo. The 1-1 on its way. Left side of the infield. Picked up at third. Throw it across the infield. 5-3 put out, retires Stewart. And it's a 1-2-3 start to the day for Hannah Thompson. We're through 1 and scoreless for Moon Field. We'll step aside and come back with more between Averett and Lynchburg. Top of the second inning. Starts with Sperandeo missing the zone. 1-0 count. 1-0 misses downstairs. Count grows. 2 balls, no strikes. The 5-hole hitter, Chloe Horton. Been over at first base at this point in the day. It was the minimum +1 in her first frame of action. That's Angela Sperandeo I'm referring to. Now down in the count. 3 balls, no strikes. Lone runner to reach was Hannah Thompson. Then first pitch swinging, Salem Hill popped out to second to bring a close to the first inning of work for Sperandeo. Four pitches, 4 balls. Leadoff runner aboard. Horton makes the trot up the first base line. That brings number 25, Karen Lee, to the right-handed batter's box. Open stance. First pitch. Crosses by at the knees. Or called strike 1. Carson Lee, a junior. Roxborough, North Carolina. Lee's been at second base, plays small ball, applying the tag. Tully able to set down Lee, but the sack bunt does its job. Horton moves up to second base, and now an RBI chance for Averett. Sack 3 unassisted for those keeping track at home. Emily Fugate now with the RBI chance. First pitch to the AB, a called strike 1. Fugate been in center field. Taylor Sullivan on deck. So Brown aboard at first, or excuse me, at second. RBI opportunity for Fugate. Since this one foul, first base side. Pitcher's count, no balls, 2 strikes. Sperandeo leaves it a little off the outside edge. Count now 1-2. Fugate, a junior from Blacksburg, Virginia. Sends this one out to left center field. Catch made by Brown. Throw to second in time. Horton caught too far off of second base. Your old school fly out to left. Then 7-4 double play brings it close to the top of the second. Will step aside and come back with the home half of the inning. Still scoreless for Moon Field. Four, 5, 6 coming to the plate for Lynchburg. That's Caroline Joy, Bree Hodges, and Kaylee Hackett scheduled to the dish. Second inning of work for Hannah Thompson. Righty winds, fires, first pitch, high and away to Caroline Joy. Joy's enjoyed, no pun intended, a nice start to the season. Coming into today's game, a couple of extra base hits, home run and a double. Average below the Mendoza line, but look at the slugging percentage, .545. Also the base on balls to go with her stat line. Obviously only through 4 games, so the sample size is small. But the pop has been on display for Joy. Climbs a ladder, tips it into the glove of Anna Coleman. Pitcher's count, a ball and 2 strikes. One, two, Thompson. Left off the outside corner. As I alluded to a moment ago, Anna Coleman, the batter mate today for Thompson. The rest of the infield from left to right. Salem Hill at third. Hannah Jones is at short. Carson Lee gets the nod at second with Chloe Horton at first. Hard ground ball, foul up the third base line. In the outfield sees Taylor Sullivan in left, Emily Fugate in center, and Peyton Lowry in right. Nice play made over at short. Hannah Jones snares it. First out in the bottom of the second. Blink and you'll miss it. A rope off the bat of Joy. Nice defensive play made by Jones. So L6 puts down Joy. Bree Hodges steps to the plate. In right field today, Hodges 300 average. The first 4 games played with 3 starts along the way. Thompson catches a corner. Count of 1-1. 1-1, ball put in play. Back to Jones. Tracks back, covers the necessary ground, and catches a little bit softer hit. Line drive in her direction. Hodges retired for the second out of the inning. 5 up, 5 down to start the day for Hannah Thompson. Perfect start to Thompson's senior season campaign. Hackett takes the first pitch for a called strike 1. Hackett came through with a double and scored a pair of runs in game 2 of yesterday's doubleheader. Watches this pitch miss high and outside. Hackett on the year, making her 3rd start of the season. 500 average, 4 ribbies, 5 total bases. Foul ball back to the padding. Thompson a pitch away to her 2nd consecutive perfect inning of work. The 1-2, high and away. Hackett were to reach. Sophie Tully is a hitter on deck. Sent to left field, and foul. It's been a right-handed heavy order to this point for Lynchburg. Specifically this inning, Joy, Hodges, Hackett, all in the right-handed batter's box. Hit back up the middle, and this one, or excuse me, hit to the left side, and this one does make it past Jones. First base runner, first hit of the day for Lynchburg. Hackett continues to swing the bat very well. When I talked to her yesterday after the doubleheader, she talked about her adjustments at the plate, making the difference for her. And those tweaks along the way paying dividends. She starts her Sunday doubleheader on the right foot. So we will get to see Sophie Tully this inning. Been at first base. The defensive halves of innings. Thompson up to 26 pitches thrown. Obviously, pitch count not quite as important in sophomore. I don't want to say it's not important, but you have a lot longer of a leash than you do in baseball. Getting to the century mark doesn't quite carry as much levity to it as it does when playing baseball. But Thompson, till this point, been able to keep pitch count in a healthy spot. And she's able to retire Tully, sends it back to the screen. She's still in a good spot. 1 strikeout through an inning and 2/3 worth of work. And it's an 0-2 count to Tully. Winds her stance, chokes up on the bat. Gonna have to fight against Thompson. 0-2, high and wide. Hackett at first does have a stolen base this season. Slow roller, back to the mound. Thompson, underhand toss to Horton. Hackett stranded on the base paths. We're through 2 and still scoreless from Moon Field. You're watching Averett and Lynchburg. Softball action coming to you on LHSN. Game 1 of our softball doubleheader on LHSN through 2 scoreless innings, each side with a hit. Averett's going to send Taylor Sullivan, Hannah Jones to the plate in the top of the order, with Peyton Lowry getting her second look against Angela Sparandeo. Sparandeo faced the minimum +1. First pitch in for a cold strike to Sullivan. Sullivan in left field to this point in the game. And Sullivan, sophomore utility player from Timberlake, North Carolina. Down the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Sparandeo, strikeout opportunity. Has this pitch sent out to center field. Stepping up, Hackett makes the grab. Sullivan put down. Now 3 in a row retired by Sparandeo, and she'll face the 9-hole hitter and shortstop Hannah Jones. Flash the leather, came up with a couple of nice plays in the bottom half of the second, starting with an absolute missile coming off the bat of Caroline Joy. And then the next play, a little bit softer hit, but off the bat of Hodges. Jones had to work to her right, get into the outfield to make the grab. Now Jones looking to come through with the bat. Opportunity to turn the lineup card over. The 0-1, down and outside. Count even at 1-1. Sparandeo, pitch count to 27. One, set back up the middle, ranging over. Ashley Haley got to it, but the throw to first not in time. They'll call it an infield single for Jones. It's a tough spot in the infield to try to get to. If it's hit too hard, then it might get through, but hit soft enough that the speedy Jones able to beat out the throw to first. Peyton Lowry back to the plate. First pitch, check swing. They're going to call it a foul ball back to the screen. Lowry 0 for 1, grounded out to short in her first AB. Freshman that went to Halifax County High School. Runner on the move and making their way up to second. Ball downstairs got away from Joy. Second consecutive inning where Averett had a runner on in scoring position now. Sparandeo finds the outside corner. A ball and 2 strikes to Lowry, who can put the ball in play and be a productive out by moving the runner up to third, but a strikeout here for Sparandeo. Be huge for Lynchburg, and Sparandeo gets it. Cut on and miss by Lowry. First punch out of the day for Sparandeo, and it comes at a perfect spot. Jones still on in scoring position at second, but now with 2 away in the frame, it'll take a base knock from Anna Coleman. Catcher and 2-hole hitter 0 for 1 with the ground out to third, coming back in the first inning. First pitch swinging, back to third, Walter fields the throw to first in time, and Coleman retired 5-3 for the second time this afternoon, and for the second consecutive inning, a runner left on in scoring position for Averett. We'll step aside and come back with a home half the third. Almost halfway through this one, still looking for our first run. (8-9-1) coming to the plate for Lynchburg. That's Jordan Brown, Ashley Haley, then the top of the order with Carly Hundle. Lynchburg got their first base runner on in the bottom of the second with a single from Kayla Hackett. She was then left stranded at first. Small ball play. Bunt laid down in front of the plate. Throw from Coleman up the first base line in time to retire Jordan Brown. Well, in a game where we've seen fly out to left, 7-4 double play, your ordinary 2-3 put out. A nice one to start the bottom of the third. Ashley Haley steps to the box. First pitch of the AB. Clips the outside corner. It's an 0-1 count to start. Haley, the second baseman for the Hornets, 286 hitter so far this season, started all 5 this year. Sent to second, fielded by Lee. toss to Horton at first in time, and Haley becomes out number 2. 3 in a row retired by Thompson. Her first time through the lineup card complete, allowing just the 1 base runner. Now she'll face Carly Hundle for a second time. Now both offenses getting a second look against the starting pitcher. Baseball, softball alike, the more opportunities you get against the starter, more confident hitter gets at the plate, and then offensive numbers come to boast with it. Softly sent over the Lynchburg dugout. Hundle on an 0-1 count to start. Designated player went down looking in her first AB, and the lone left-handed hitter in the order for Lynchburg. 0-1, just misses, low and outside. Even count, a ball and a strike. Thompson now a pitch away from bringing a close to the 3rd inning completely. Ahead 1-2. Hit on the ground left side. Throw to first. Not in time. Hundle didn't have a step to waste. Was running hard out of the box. Made it count. It's a 2-out infield single. And Hannah Jones over at short was the one to field and fire. We've seen what Jones can do defensively. Again, just speaking to the wheels Hundle had to put on showcase. First pitch to Addison Walter, a cold strike 1. So it's back-to-back innings where with 2 away, a runner reaches. Hackett last inning for Lynchburg. Hundle in the 3rd. Elevated, sent to right. Lowry charges in, makes the catch. Walter retired for out number 3, and Hundle stranded at first. 3 innings down, no runs on the board. You're watching Averett and Lynchburg on LHSN. On to inning number 4 between the Hornets and the Cougars. Softball coverage coming to you on LHSN. Our now 5th softball broadcast of the season. First time having yours truly on the call. TJ Wingert here with you. Angela Sparandeo, first pitch of her 4th inning of work. Misses low. Leadoff hitter is the opposing pitcher, Hannah Thompson, who's 1 for 1 with a single. 1-0 pitch, skips across home plate. Count grows to 2 balls and no strikes. And again, if you're just joining us, maybe didn't know, didn't see it on the schedule, it's game 1 of 2 being played today between these two sides. Brown hits it hard, snared by Stewart at short. Throw to first. They're going to call Thompson safe. Looks like it popped out of the glove of Sophie Tully. They will call it an E3. That put Thompson on at first. First time today that we've seen a defensive mishap from either side. First pitch swinging. Salem Hill found third baseman Addison Walter. Her throw to second offline. And on cue, 2 plays, 2 defensive miscues. Thompson up to second. Salem Hill aboard at first. And for those wondering at home, officially Thompson reached on an E6. They'll give the throwing error to Stewart. And on the most recent play, they're going to say the error goes to Ashley Haley at second, unable to handle the throw. So E6 then E4, and now meeting out on the mound. Chloe Horton, the next scheduled hitter. But first, 23-year head coach Dawn Simmons wants to settle down her infield. And this is a young Lynchburg squad. No seniors on the roster, which is a rarity to say the least. But because that sometimes on a younger team, it's not really fair to call Lynchburg a younger team because there are a handful of juniors in the starting lineup, but maybe a team that's missing that senior leadership component, an extension of Coach Simmons. Sometimes little errors can snowball and lead to bigger and tougher situations like we see here. Back-to-back errors for the Hornets defense. Puts 2 on, no down. 5-hole hitter Chloe Horton steps to the right-handed batter's box. As good a scoring chance we've seen today. Sparandeo. First pitch, left side, the bunt does its job. Walter fired over to Haley, covering at first. But if you're an Averett fan, the bunt did its job. Thompson reaches third, Hill up to second. A hit could score 2. RBI chance falls to the shoulders of Carson Lee. Laid down a sacrifice in her first plate appearance. First pitch to Lee, in for a strike. Lee last season hit below 100, 083 average. Count even at 1-1 now. That was through 11 games played, 4 starts, 12 official at-bats. Just 1 hit, and it was a single. 1-1 offering, slapped foul. And a strikeout here would do wonders for Sparandeo. Because the current opportunity Lee can be a productive out. It can be a sac fly or a hard hit ground ball, though the infield for the Hornets is playing in. 1-2. Off the end of the bat, cued foul towards the Averett dugout, first base side. And Sparandeo is going to request a new softball. See the righty from the side. Been solid so far today. This is the first time all afternoon that Averett's had more than 1 runner on at the same time. 1-2. Misses the outside corner. That was pitch number 40 on the day for Sparandeo. 2-2. Fought off, and the battle continues. Lee putting up a good fight. Looking to make the most on the RBI chance. Averett has had a runner reach in every half inning at the plate so far. 2-2. Outside corner. Down goes Lee looking. A massive strikeout for Angela Sparandeo. And now the opportunity ajar for Lynchburg to get through the inning unscathed. Emily Fugate looking to come through in the RBI chance. Sends it to Walter at third, off of the glove. Stewart then to it. And Averett strikes first. Thompson scores on the play. Hill moves up to third, and Fugate aboard at first. It officially becomes an E5. These runs, or any more runs to come around, plus the one that's already come across for Averett, unearned against Sparandeo's line. Runners at the corners, 2 away. 8-hole hitter Taylor Sullivan watched the first pitch miss. Sullivan 0 for 1, was the leadoff hitter in the third, flew out to center field. Sparandeo, led her high, skied up and out of play. So a 1-1 count. Averett gets the first run of the day off the bat of Emily Fugate. It's a high chopper to Walter at third. Brought around Hannah Thompson. Right field side. It'll land safely in the gravel just ahead of the tarp. Count now 1-2. Sparandeo with the chance to hold the damage at the single unearned run. This is the Lynchburg team in the prior doubleheaders played last Saturday against William Peace and then yesterday against Methodist. Lynchburg dropped the first in each and then responded with big wins in game 2. Looking to write a different story this afternoon. 1-2, high and away, wild pitch. We'll move up one runner. It's Fugate advancing from first to second. Hill stands pat at third. Count even at 2-2 to Sullivan. The scoring chance continues. 2-2 offering. Slow roller to second base. Haley Fields fires. Toss in time. 4-3 put out. Good for out number 3. 2 runners left on in scoring position. But off the E5, Emily Fugate brings around Hannah Thompson, and Averett finds themselves up 1-0. We'll step aside and come back with the bottom of the 4th. Coming to you from Moon Field. The Averett Cougars strike first and lead 1-0. Take that advantage into the home half of the frame. 3-4-5 step into the plate for Lynchburg. Ruby Stewart, at the plate to lead off. 0 for 1 with the ground out to third, but Stewart hitting the count 1-0 in her second AB. Hannah Thompson still on the mound. Getting the nod in the season opener. Falls behind Stewart. 2 balls and no strikes. Thompson a year ago, sub-3 ERA. And came away with a 3-3 record through just over 44 innings pitched. 2-0. Up and above the letters. Count swells, 3 balls, no strikes. Green light for Stewart. In on her hands. Inside out swing. Takes it out of play. Just behind the first base dugout. Still hitters count 3-1. Stewart for today's game, a .364 average, the first 4 games of the year. 3-1, low and inside. 5-pitch walk puts the leadoff runner on for Lynchburg. First walk surrendered by Thompson. This becomes the first time all day that Lynchburg's had the leadoff runner on. And now a player heading out to the Averett bullpen. It's Madison Adams. Freshman starts to warm up. First pitch to Caroline Joy on the outside corner. A called strike one. Thompson been solid to this point in the game. 44 pitches thrown. 3 innings of work. Just the 1 strikeout. We just saw her surrender her first walk. Big cut from Joy. Comes up empty. Pitchers count 0-2. And Joy got her money's worth when she was retired in the second as the leadoff hitter of that frame. Sent a missile to the shortstop, Hannah Jones, but the backhanded glove, nice play from Jones. Good for the first out in the second. 0-2. Left low and away. Make it 1-2. There's Stewart at first. No stolen base attempts this season for Stewart. 1-2. High and outside once again. Joy with 1 of 2 home runs this year for Lynchburg as a team. Came in the season opener against William Peace. Not as hard hit this time around, but it finds the soft spot in the defense. Over the head of Jones in front of Taylor Sullivan. Good battle. Caroline Joy falls behind 0-2. Gets it back to an even count, 2-2, and picks up her first base hit of the day. And advances Ruby Stewart to scoring position at second. And now conference on the mound. Anna Coleman wants to go talk with Thompson. Try to settle down the senior starting pitcher. 5-hole hitter and right fielder Bree Hodges with a chance to tie this game up. Stewart, a middle infielder, on at second. Have to expect some good get-off and running ability. First, a pause in the action. Umpires sorting something out, unsure exactly what. But nonetheless, Thompson ready's on the mound. Hodges in the box. First pitch of the at-bat. In for a called strike one. So a big RBI opportunity for Hodges. Chance to tie this one back up after surrendering unearned run in the top half of the fourth. Hodges, a mighty cut, comes up empty. 3 RBIs to this point in the season for Hodges. And 2 for 8 at the plate on the year. 0-2, high and outside. Nice use of a waist pitch there for Thompson. Trying to give the hitter a different look. Raise the eye level. Now the 1-2. Soft and low and away. But Hodges does enough. Gets a piece of it. Lives to see another pitch. It's an Averett team that went 13-13 a season ago. 9-1 at home, but 4-12 on the road. So they start their season with a tough test playing at Moon Field, and Lynchburg, preseason pick to finish second in the ODAC. Tattooed out to left field, but directly to Taylor Sullivan. Nice contact for Hodges, but all for naught. She goes down F7 for out number 1. And it makes me think back to the second inning where Caroline Joy clobbers a line drive to Jones. She's retired, and then later in the inning, Hackett doesn't hit it nearly as hard. Just finds the right spot in the infield to make it past Jones. Picked up a hit in that inning. All that to say, softball and baseball, unforgiving and unfair sports a lot of the time. 0-1 count to start. Hackett at the plate again. 1 for 1. The aforementioned single with 2 away in the second. Pitch on the inside corner. Hackett couldn't get the hands around in time. Now down in the count 0-2. 0-2, right side, over the head of Lee, into right field. Lowry comes up firing, but not in time. RBI single for Kaylee Hackett brings Ruby Stewart around, and Lynchburg responds with a run of their own in the bottom of the fourth and ties it up 1-1. RBI number 5 for Hackett. And also advancing on the play was Caroline Joy. I believe the commotion that home plate umpire was trying to sort out is the fact there's a pinch runner on for Caroline Joy. On at second is Caldwell, sophomore from Pamplin, Virginia. So Caldwell on the single up to second. 2-0 count to Sophie Tully, who's 0 for 1. Retired 3-1 for the final out in the second. But here in a hitter's count, a speedy runner at second. Chance to give Lynchburg their first lead of the day. Letter high offering, skied foul. So again, Caldwell the runner at second, Hackett the runner at first. 2-1, Thompson on pitch number 58. Gets another foul ball and moves the count to 2-2. Beautiful day for softball in Lynchburg, Virginia. Count swells to 3-2 to Tully. Just 1 out in the inning, so no guarantee the runners are in motion, but we'll see what Coach Simmons decides to do. Up the third base line. Payoff pitch. Chopped foul. Runners were not running there. We'll see another 3-2 pitch on the way to Tully. Game of the day, batting 200 exactly. A double, no RBIs on the young season. Another 3-2. Softly hit towards the Lynchburg dugout. There's Caldwell at second. And with 1 out in the inning, Caldwell doesn't have total freedom to run on any sort of contact like she will with 2 down. Fly ball right field. Lowry juggled it. Ultimately there to make the grab. Caldwell will tag a move to third. Lowry made it interesting. And there was some loud contact for Tully, but the first baseman for Lynchburg retired for out number 2. Caldwell the runner at third. Hackett still at first. RBI chance for Jordan Brown. First pitch swinging. In on the hands. On the fringe of the infield dirt and outfield grass. Catch is made by Hannah Jones for out number 3. 2 runners left on, but Lynchburg does get the run back that they surrendered in the top half of the fourth to make it a 1-1 ball game. And we are stepping aside and coming back, bringing you the top of the 5th between Averett and Lynchburg. Top of the 5th inning. Averett sends 9-1-2 to the plate. Hannah Jones to lead things off. Angela Sperandeo back in the circle for Lynchburg. 1-1 your score. Both teams push a run across in the 4th. Unearned against Sperandeo in the 4th. In the bottom half of the inning, it was an earned run against Hannah Thompson. Fugate brought around Thompson in the top of the 4th, and in the home half of the inning was an RBI single for Kaylee Hackett, scoring Ruby Stewart. Just in case you missed any of that action, now you're caught up. And it's a 1-2 count to start against Hannah Jones. Jones 1 for 1 with a single. That came back in the 3rd. Sperandeo goes off speed. Has a drop just below the knees. Count moves to 2-2. Talking about Sperandeo, fastball, curve, screw, and a drop ball for the junior. 2-2. Lined the other way and down for a base knock. Coming up firing, Bree Hodges tried to make a play at first, but the throw, 1 makes it past the glove of Tully, and 2 would not have been in time. Jones hustling up the line. Aboard with the leadoff base knock. Back-to-back innings, 3rd time overall where the Cougars have had the leadoff runner on. And Jones a swift runner at that. A leadoff hitter and lone left-handed bat in the order, Peyton Lowry. Shows bunt, pulls back, first pitch, high and outside. Jones didn't move from first. Anytime you see the bunt flash, you'll see the infield move accordingly. And it becomes a game of chess for Sperandeo on your screen. Oftentimes trying to elevate in the zone, try to get the bunt attempt popped up. 1-0, outside corner, called strike 1. And now, time called, and Lowry going to trot up the 3rd base line and talk with 3rd-year head coach Stephen Alcorn. Alcorn with 1 assistant coach, Taylor Hodges. Conference comes to a close. So Lowry back at the plate. Sperandeo back toe in the rubber. And the 1-1 offering on its way. Lowry shows bunt. Runner does take off. Throw to second. Not in time, and Jones able to keep that left hand on the bag. Stolen base for the Cougars shortstop. Her first of the season. And the pitch to Lowry again missed high and away. So a hitter's count, 2 balls and a strike, and an RBI opportunity for Averett's right fielder. Excuse me, the count is 3-1. Off-speed delivery. Low and away. And sorry about the confusion on the count. Working with the scoreboard here in front of me. Officially shows it's 2-2. Slow roller to short. Fielded by Stewart. Throw to first in time. And Lowry now 0 for 3. Second time she's been put down on a ground ball to short. And most importantly, if you're a Lynchburg fan, Jones forced to hold at second. That's a ground ball on the right side of the infield, especially from left-handed hitter, right? You could think that Lowry's going to be able to get out in front of it, pull it right side. That moves Jones up to 3rd. Didn't come to fruition. Still an RBI opportunity, though. It comes with 1 down and the runner being at second for Anna Coleman. Coleman still looking for her first hit of the season. Grounded out to 3rd both times. First pitch down to the dirt, blocked up by Joy. Jones will not try to force the issue and advance to 3rd. Popped up on the right side. Back is Haley. The second baseman makes the grab. Soft contact. Sperandeo doing a good job pitching to it. And Coleman set down on the pop out to second base. So after the leadoff runner reaches, and Jones then steals second. A grounder to short. Soft fly ball. Call it shallow right field. And the scoring opportunity starting to diminish in front of Averett. First pitch to Thompson, though, down in the dirt. Joy could not keep this one in front of her. Sneaks underneath the catcher's glove, and Jones advances on the wild pitch. So the go-ahead run for Averett, a base away from scoring. And Thompson has been retired yet today. Singled her first AB, reached on an error the second time up. Hot shot back up the middle. Snared by Stewart. Throw in time to retire Thompson for the first time this afternoon, and it keeps Jones from scoring. Runner left on in scoring position through 4.5, still tied 1-1. You're watching Averett and Lynchburg on LHSN. Welcome back to Moon Field. 1-1 your score. Bottom of the 5th inning. Lynchburg's going to send 9-1-2 to the plate. That's Ashley Haley, then the top of the order, Carly Hundle, and Addison Walter. Hannah Thompson stays in the circle for Averett. First pitch, hit hard out to left, but foul up the left field line. Haley just a beat or two out in front of that first pitch she saw. Haley 0 for 1 today with the ground out to second. Thompson up to 67 pitches, 42 of which have been strikes. The 0-1 on the inside corner. Count moves to 0-2. Haley, a junior from Glen Allen, Virginia. O2 pitch, high and outside. Today becomes meeting 42 and 43 all time between these two sides. Advantage goes to Lynchburg in the series history. 28 and 13 against Averett. First meeting coming in 1988. Fly ball left field. Tracking it down, Sullivan makes the grab for out number 1. Lineup card turns over. Lynchburg and their offense now gets a third look against Thompson, just as Averett began to do in the top half this inning with 1-2-3 coming to plate after a leadoff single from the 9-hole hitter, Hannah Jones. Sparandeo did a great job bouncing back after a nice scoring opportunity presented itself for the Cougars. Sparandeo through 5, just allowed the 1 unearned run. Now our offense has a chance to put Sparandeo in line for the win. First pitch to Hundle, in for a strike. The windup, righty deals. Hard hit to center field, and it lands just in front of Emily Fugate. Hundle now 2 for 3 in the game. Went down looking at her first AB, but has answered back really nicely. Single in the 3rd and single now in the 5th. So a runner on at first with plenty of speed. Addison Walter returns to play, 0 for 2, popped out to first, flew out to right. First in meeting, Coach Simmons to talk to home plate umpire, also Anna Coleman out from behind the plate to talk to Thompson. And instead of seeing Walter, we are going to see Carly Cundiff step to the plate. So a pinch hitter for Lynchburg. Cundiff with a runner on in front of her and one down. First pitch swinging. Makes it through on the left side, just underneath the glove of Hill. It's hard to come off the bench and come through in that spot. You're cold, taking a few practice swings maybe. But it pays dividends, a good move for Coach Simmons. Sixth hit of the game for Lynchburg. And Coach Simmons out of the dugout once again. Talk with our home plate umpire. There's the lead runner, Hundle at first, or excuse me, at second. Behind her at first is Cundiff. It's going to be Ruby Stewart. Still coming to the plate, but the sub comes, instead of Cundiff running, Walter. Back in her place, and is the runner at first. Pitch high and outside to start the AB with Stewart. So once again, Hundle at second, Walter the runner at first. Lynchburg late in the game trying to take their first lead. Thompson. It's a called strike one. Stewart still looking for her first hit on the afternoon. Grounded out in the first. Walked, came around to score in the fourth. Close miss for Thompson, but left it outside. We talked about the series history just a moment ago. How about this? Lynchburg 18-4 at home against Averett. Certainly a leg up on the Cougars getting to host the doubleheader. Off speed, down and inside. Nice hitters count. Worked for Stewart. With two ducks on the pond in front of her. Three balls and a strike. Pitch misses the zone. 5-pitch walk. Puts Stewart on at first. Just the second base on balls issued by Thompson today. Walter advances to second with Hundle moving up to third. And now Coach Alcorn comes out of the dugout. Full infield conference at the circle for Averett. And Coach Alcorn talking it over. Before coming to Averett, served 2 seasons as an assistant coach at NAIA University of Mobile. Specifically worked with the pitching staff, so call this an area of expertise. Trying to settle down Thompson. Figure Thompson likely the ace throughout the rest of the year. You get the nod in opening day. Tends to be how it lines up. Bases loaded, one away. Scheduled to be Caroline Joy at the plate. And it is indeed Joy. Coach Simmons making a handful of changes. I have to double check each and every name and where they're at. First pitch to Joy. Left outside. Thompson in the windup. Attacks the inside corner. Joy just out in front of it. Slaps it foul up the third base line. Joy with 4 RBIs to this point in the season. 1 for 2 in this game. Single coming last inning. 1-1. Letter high. Joy underneath it. And has it go back to the screen. Ball and 2 strikes if you're Hannah Thompson. Bottom half of the zone, your spot you're trying to hit. Trying to induce a ground ball or potentially get the strikeout. 1-2 up above the letters. Count even at 2. Joy's a junior from Gainesville, Virginia, looking to come through in a big spot late for Lynchburg. 2-2. Skied out of play. So the count stays 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lynchburg, for the first time this year, looking for a win in game 1 of a doubleheader. Thompson, nice pitch. Joy gets just enough of it, lives to see another offering. It's a beautiful day for softball in Lynchburg, Virginia. Approximately 43, 44 degrees outside. The wind is blowing in from center field, and no clouds in the sky. Thompson in the windup, 2-2. Off the outside corner. 3-2 to Caroline Joy. So Thompson, with nowhere to put Joy, has to come right at the Hornets catcher. Payoff pitch. Joy way out in front of it, sends it foul. Up and above the street right behind Moonfield. So yet another 3-2 offering. Thompson deals. Uncorked to left field. Caroline Joy, second long ball of the season. Grand slam moves Lynchburg out in front, 5-1. What an at-bat for Caroline Joy. And a lot of times you think of a power hitter and you think about what they do at the end of an at-bat, but sometimes what you do leading up to it is why you have the success at the end of an AB. Joy showcased so much patience. Saw every pitch Thompson had in her repertoire and got one she liked, 3-2, knowing that Thompson had to come at her. And Joy makes her pay. Second homer of the year for Joy. RBIs now doubled and up to 8. And Lynchburg with a 4-run bottom of the 5th in the driver's seat, up 5-1. Keep in mind, still only 1 out in the bottom half of the 5th. Bree Hodges takes the first pitch at the knees for a called strike 1. Hodges 0 for 2. Third time seeing Thompson. Hit hard, but right to the third baseman, Hill. Comes up, makes the throw to first in time for out number 2. Thompson got into a little bit of trouble, giving up a 2-out hit in the third. It was the second consecutive inning where Lynchburg had a runner reach with 2 down. And promptly, Coach Alcorn sent Madison Adams to the bullpen to warm up. Haven't seen Adams leave the pen, but we haven't seen her at all since. So this still looks like it's Thompson's game to navigate through. And the senior starter faces Kaylee Hackett for a third time. 1-0 sent to the trees just behind home plate. Moves the count to 1-1. Hackett's put together a really nice day. And the reason I bring up Adams is because of Hackett's success against Thompson. It made sense this could be a spot where you make a pitching change. Hackett 2 for 2 with a pair of singles, the second of which brought around the first run of the day for Lynchburg. And now Thompson trails in the count, 2 balls and a strike. That last offering, pitch number 90 on the day for Thompson. 2-1. Hackett lines it back up the middle and through. 3 for a 3 day for the Lynchburg center fielder. Got to talk to her yesterday after the doubleheader. She talked about her adjustments at the plate, not being happy with what she had done in her first couple looks in the day. Turn it around, double, couple of RBIs in game 2, and a 9-1 Lynchburg win over Methodist. And those adjustments bringing about good success for Hackett. 3 for 3 in game 1 of today's doubleheader. Thompson, first pitch on the way to Tully. To right field, it lands just in front of Lowry and adjacent to the right field line. Tully on her high horse. RBI triple to bring around Kaylee Hackett. Lynchburg extends the lead to 6-1. Sophie Tully, good time for her first hit of the day. Lead extended up to 5, and we will have a pitching change made by Averett. So we will step aside and come back and tell you about all the changes for the Cougars. Lynchburg with a 5-run bottom of the 5th, out in front, 6-1. Madison Adams, called out of the bullpen, makes her first appearance on the season. A freshman pitcher and first baseman from Samora, North Carolina. First hitter that Adams will face is Jordan Brown. The line is not official for Hannah Thompson, though she did traverse through 4 2/3, gave up 9 hits, and as it stands right now, 6 earned runs. Gave up 2 walks and had just 1 strikeout. But now Adams with a simple job, get through the bottom of the 5th and keep it a 6-1 game. Sophie Tully, the runner at third after her RBI triple to bring around Kaylee Hackett. All that, of course, comes on the heels of the grand slam from Caroline Joy, all a part of a 5-run bottom of the 5th. So a run in the bottom of the 4th, 5 this frame. Lynchburg finds the offense late and leads 6-1. And the offense is really what it's been coming down to in the early goings of this season. Letter high pitch called for a strike to Brown. But looking at some of the split stats, the ERA, pretty similar win to loss. In wins, the ERA at 1.27 and losses 1.31. Team batting average, though, couldn't be any more different, really. 362 average as a team in wins, 137 in losses. So when the offense is there, smooth sailing for the Hornets. When it's not, things get a little dicey. And hit by a pitch is Brown. So you're talking with assistant coach Mike Jennings. That makes a runners to the corner situation for Lynchburg. But first, it appears that Brown will leave first, and we will have a runner take her place. And coming in as Skylar Sams, sophomore from Spout Spring, Virginia. So Tully on at third. Sams runs for Brown after being hit by a pitch at first. The 9-hole hitter is scheduled to be Ashley Haley. It looks like we will have a pinch hitter in this spot as well. Also have some defensive changes for Averett. Hannah Thompson started this game as the pitcher, now out at short. It looks like Hannah Jones has shifted from short to play center. At the plate now for Lynchburg, the pinch hitter being Gracie Duel. And Lynchburg has now officially batted around here in the bottom of the fifth. Duel looking for her first hit of the season. Has a pair of starts, but 0 for 3 officially. Has drawn a walk. First pitch to Dooley. Missed. 1-0 count to start. Adams sets, fires. Catches the outside corner this time. And Averett just looking to bring it close to the fifth inning of action. Keep the deficit at 5 runs. Hope you can find some late offense just as Lynchburg does. Fly ball, right field, laying out. Unable to get to it is Jones. RBI double for Gracie Dooley coming off the bench. Bringing around not 1, but 2 runs for Lynchburg. Tully scores with ease from third, and Sams scores all the way from first. So make it a 2 RBI double for Gracie Dooley. So Dooley on in scoring position. And the chance at the plate for Lynchburg continues. Carly Hundle, 2 for 3. Hundle got the first hit of this inning. Ashley Haley, the retired F7, and then it was Hundle, the base knock. She was the first of the 4 to come around on the grand slam for Joy. All told, 7 runs across the board in the bottom of the 5th. Slap foul by Hundle. Pitcher's count, a ball and 2 strikes. Adams with a chance for her first punch out on the season. 1-2 to Hudnall. Up and out of the zone. Dooley at second is a runner with good speed, so a hit to the outfield could do the job, though. With a slap hitter at the plate, the infield is playing pretty far in. Off the outside corner, another miss for Adams. Count grows to 3-2. If Hudnall reaches, Cundiff, next scheduled hitter, but 3-2. Hudnall goes down swinging. First strikeout for Adams on the season. Dooley left on at second, but comes after 7 runs are poured on the board in the bottom of the 5th by itself for Lynchburg, and the Hornets find themselves up 8-1. We're stepping aside and come back. The top of 6, you're watching Lynchburg and Averett softball coverage on LHSN. Back at Moon Field, top of the 6th inning, Lynchburg found their offensive stride and lead 8-1 after all 8 runs come on the board in the 4th or 5th, 7 across in the bottom of the 5th by itself. Angela Sparadeo stays out on the mound. First pitch of the inning. Down below the knees to Salem Hill. Third baseman for Averett, 0 for 2, lined out to second, then reach on an E4. Underneath this one, driven to center field, back towards the warning track, catch made by Kaylee Hackett. Nice range for Hackett on top of her 3-for-3 day at the plate. Hill set down F8. And for those wondering about defensive changes, it appears we have none for Lynchburg. Jordan Brown still out in left. Ashley Haley is back out at second despite being run for after being hit by a pitch. And Addison Walter is still out at third despite being hit for by Carly Cundiff. Nice off-speed delivery. Sparandeo had Chloe Horton fooled and is ahead in the count 0-2. Pitch count for Sparandeo, that last offering, pitch number 70. So certainly in a good spot and has a chance to coast throughout the rest of this contest. This becomes the second start of the year for Sparandeo. Went 5 strong in her first outing, 3 strikeouts. Today a chance to get her first complete game. Stays fair, third base side, and got past Walter at third. Stewart gets to it quick enough and makes sure Horton doesn't get past first. Waiting to see the official ruling. It'll either be the 4th hit or the 4th error. They're going to call it a hit. Single for Chloe Horton. But once again, speaks to success Angela Sparandeo has had today. Only 4 hits allowed at this point. Through 5 1/3. All that to say, the junior has been stellar to this point, and she's done it without having to rely on strikeouts. Just 2 Ks to this point of the game for Sparandeo. She's done a fantastic job pitching to soft contacts and trusting her defense behind her. First offering to Carson Lee, misses high. This is game 1 of 2 we'll see played today. Game 2 will come to you approximately 40 minutes after conclusion of game 1. Letter high pitch, popped up and out of play. And instead of this being Carson Lee, this is actually a pinch hitter, Lauren Nelson, junior catcher and third baseman from Summerfield, North Carolina. Apologies for that delay. But first AB on the afternoon for Nelson. Takes this offering off the outside portion of the plate. Counts at 2 balls and a strike. Currently no activity in the Lynchburg bullpen. This seems to be Sparandeo's game to have. Off-speed offering. Just misses downstairs. Hitter's count. 3 balls and a strike. Ball 4. Base on balls. First to be issued by Sparandeo. Moves Horton into scoring position at second. Nelson aboard at first. And it looks like we might have another pinch hitter on the way for Coach Alcorn. It was scheduled to be Emily Fugate. Conference continues between our home plate umpire and third-year head coach Steve Alcorn. 8-1 your score, 10 hits for Lynchburg, just 4 for Averett. And the Hornets looking for their first doubleheader sweep of the season. They split against William Peace last Saturday and then Methodist yesterday. Lynchburg dropping the first game in each of those twin bills. Today with a chance to take game 1 for the first time all season long. Looks like the runners are staying put. You see Fugate walking into the dugout. We will have a pinch hitter here. And with the honors, waiting to see the official number here. Apologies for my delay. It's going to be number 2, Lauren Johnson, senior infielder from Elk Grove, California. Taking the first pitch high. Right on right matchup. Sparandeo deals. Again, up and above the letters. And Caroline Joy is going to come out from behind the plate, try to settle down Lynchburg's starting arm. Lauren Johnson, a regular of the starting lineup last season for Averett. 25 games played, 23 starts, 290 slugging percentage, 297 OBP, with the 274 batting average to go with it. All that to say, a player that has an knack for getting on, and when she does, however, doesn't bring a whole lot of pop. Just one double last year, 6 RBIs, no long balls. But in a place here, Averett looking for base runners any way they can get them. Johnson back to the box, ahead in the count, 2-0. Fastball sent back to the screen. Count moves to 2-1. Sparandeo deals. Hit hard back up the middle through a center field. They'll hold the runner at third. Hackett is ready to come up firing. So Horton hits the brakes at third. Lauren Nelson behind her at second. And it's a base knock for Lauren Johnson, who's aboard at first. Next scheduled hitter is Taylor Sullivan, and we will see Sullivan hit here. Bases are loaded. Just one out. Similar situation where Lynchburg was the bottom half of last inning. First pitch swinging. Skied off the bat of Sullivan to center field. Hackett settles underneath it, makes the grab, and Horton at third will not test Kayla Hackett's arm. So Sullivan retired at fate for out number 2. And Sparandeo now one hitter away from keeping it an 8-1 score. That one run against Sparandeo is an unearned run at that. First pitch, called strike. Hannah Jones back in the right-handed batter's box, 2 for 2. Started the game at short, now out at right after Hannah Thompson was relieved of her starting pitching duties and shifted back to play short. Another off-speed pitch. Freezes Jones down the count, 0-2. Singles for Jones coming in the third and the fifth. Was stranded at third in the most recent of those base knocks. 0-2. Sparandeo just misses the zone. Close miss for the junior. Now set on the circle. Misses once more, count even at 2. Still don't see any action in the Lynchburg dugout. Plenty of run support for Sparandeo to work through. 2-2. Sparandeo doesn't need to use any of it. Misses the bat of Jones, who goes down swinging. First time Jones been retired all day. Just the third punch out for Sparandeo, and it comes at a good time. We're through the top half of the 6th inning. Lynchburg out in front, 8-1 over Averett. You're watching the Cougars and the Hornets duke it out on LHSN. 8-1 ball game, bottom of the 6th inning. Lynchburg in the driver's seat, looking to make it runs across in 3 consecutive frames. Madison Adams stays out in the circle, deals first pitch to Addison Walter. Showed bunt, pulled back, and the count starts at 1-0. Walter was pitch hit for last inning by Curly Cundiff, but Walter gets her 3rd plate appearance on the day. 1-0 missing the zone. Hitters count, 2 balls and no strikes. Game 2 of this contest will get underway approximately 40 minutes after Game 1 comes to a close. Adams set, deals, gets a called strike 1. So Walter's still looking for her first hit on the day. But someone who coming into the contest swinging it really well, a lot of confidence, 4 starts, .333 average. Counted 2-2. Adams. Off-speed pitch. Hit hard, but right to Chloe Horton. Nice hand-eye reflexes. And Walter retired on the line out to first. So a nice place from Horton. Brings Ruby Stewart back to the dish. Stewart, 0 for 1 officially, drawn 2 consecutive walks for the last couple of plate appearances, and ahead in the count to start 1-0. Stewart went yard in Game 1, the doubleheader yesterday against Methodist, and a really entertaining game. 2-1 final, went 9 innings. And after the extra inning affairs, Lynchburg followed it up with a dominant win for Methodist in Game 2. 1-1, up above the letters. Count grows 2 balls and a strike. In on the hands and sent out a play by Stewart. Lynchburg's won 9 of the last 10 meetings. They hold on and come away with a win in Game 1. It becomes wins in 10 of the last 11. Pitch misses downstairs. Lined right side of the infield, popped out of the glove of Lee. Then regathers the throw to first, out of the glove of Horton. So Ruby Stewart aboard. Officially go down as an error. First fielding miscue on the day for Averett. And for those scoring at home, it's an E4 per the official score. Adams misses high and outside in her first pitch to Caroline Joy. 2 for 3 today. Joy came through in a big way her last at-bat. Grand slam out over the left field wall. Broke open the scoring, and it was what gave Lynchburg their first lead of the day. It was a 1-1 ball game, and then the floodgates opened. 7 runs across in the bottom of the 5th. That brings us to where we are now, 8-1. Hornets in the driver's seat. Another hard hit softball off the bat of Joy. Lands in front of the center fielder, Fugate. Gets it in to hold it to a single for Joy, but Caroline Joy's 3rd hit of the game. And Ruby Stewart advances to second. We are in a spot here where the slaughter rule could come into effect. If Lynchburg gets 1 more run across, it'd be an 8-run lead. And that would be large enough to enact a 8 after 5 slaughter rule. First pitch to Bree Hodges, off the outside black. Adams looking to avoid potential slaughter rule and instead bring her offense back to the plate. The top of the 7th, Hodges shows bunt, pulls back. Takes the pitch from Adams for a called strike one. Hodges 0 for 3. Lined out, flown out, and grounded out. Letter high, Hodges tries to climb the ladder and chops it right around home plate. Comes up shaking her right hand. And if that went off the end of the bat, mid-40s temperature, I can assure you that one did not feel all that comfortable. Adams set, fires the 1-2. Right side, fielded by Horton, who takes it to first by herself for out number 2. The 2 runners do advance for Lynchburg. Stewart moves up to third. Joy is behind her at second. A base knock, and this game reaches its final score, and Haley Hackett coming to the plate. 3 for 3. Singles in the second, fourth, and fifth. The hit in the fourth brought around a run. First pitch to Hackett. High and outside. 1-0 count, start. So Hackett looks to keep a hot bat. Adams set quickly, finds the zone, count even at 1-1. Last pitch from Adams, her 32nd on the day. Now officially through 1 full inning. She came on to get the final out. The bottom of the 6th. Bottom of the 5th. And now looking to traverse through the 6th and bring this game to a 7th. Hackett, a keen eye, watches it miss inside. Three-one count to Hackett. Adams steals, gets a ground ball, fielded by Lee. Tosses to Horton at first in time for out number 3. We will see the top of the 7th inning as Lynchburg held scores for the first time since the 3rd. A couple of runners left on. 8-1 your score. We're stepping aside and coming back with the top of the 7th. Lynchburg looking to close it down. Time for the top of the 7th. Lynchburg up 8-1 and has a chance to take game 1 of a doubleheader for the first time on the season. Angela Sparandeo out to try to complete the complete game. Poor choice of words as all those words run into each other, but that tangent aside, first hitter of the inning set down 1 pitch. All that's needed for out number 1. Play made by Stewart over at short. So Anna Coleman back to the plate with 1 away in the top of the 7th. The Cougars down to their final 2 outs. First pitch at the knees for a called strike 1. The 0-1 hit high but foul. And for those who were wondering, it was Madison Adams who was the pinch hitter to lead off the inning, hitting in the place of Lowry. Coleman at the plate, down 0-2. Missed downstairs from Sparinello. Ended the 6th inning of work with her 3rd punch out of the day. Now a chance to find strikeout number 4. Sparadeo's first start, she had 3 punch-outs and a walk through 5. The 1-2. Just misses down and outside. It's a nice frame from Caroline Joy. As a catcher, you don't want to move the glove too much. It's got to be a little. It's got to be subtle but convincing at the same time. Joy walked that line pretty well, in my opinion, on that play. Another fly ball to left field. Jordan Brown back to make the grab for out number 2. Now Lynchburg and out away from improving to 3-2 on the season. Tana Thompson in the right-hand batter's box, taking the first pitch low and away. Thompson picked up the first hit of the game with 2 down in the first. Since then, it's been E6 and a 6-3 ground out for Thompson, favoring that pull side. That's certainly on display by her box score. Count to 1-1. Sparinello. This is down in the dirt. Or Sparandeo, excuse me. Wind has come to a halt. It was blowing pretty heavily in from center field. Line to Walter at third. Off of her glove. Stewart gets 2 up with a throw across the infield. Will not be in time. And Thompson has hit number 6 on the day for Averett. And Thompson's second base knock herself. So Averett lives to see at least one more hitter come to plate. This is Salem Hill. Third baseman 0 for 3. Line out, reached on an error, and flew out to center. First pitch, pretty far off the mark, and ventured so far inside it actually hit Hill. So the hit batter moves Thompson up to second, and Hill is aboard at first. Chloe Horton stepping to the plate for the 4th time today. Officially 1 for 1. Drew a walk in the second. Sack 5-4 bunt in the 4th, and then a single in the 6th. One 0 pitch to Horton. Hit hard to center field. Hack it back. Won't get to it. Chloe Horton unleashes the first home run of the season for Averett. 3-run jack brings Thompson and Hill around and makes it an 8-4 ball game. Angela Sparandeo is going to stay out on the circle. And out away from her first complete game on the year. Carson Lee back to the plate. Lee was pinch hit for by Lauren Nelson last inning. First offering to Lee, misses the zone. Right on right matchup. Cut on and missed. Count even at 1-all. Carson Lee on the day 0 for 1 with a sac bunt and a strikeout. And on the hands, popped up behind home plate, giving chase, but not getting to it is Caroline Joy. So Sparandeo, a pitch away from a complete game, second start of the season, and bring this game to its 8-4 final score. 1-2 just down below the knees. Good miss. But a miss nonetheless. 2s across the scoreboard with the 2-2 count and 2 down. Sparandeo winds, fires, another deep drive, left center field, and it's out of here. Carson Lee follows up a 3-run shot from Chloe Horton with a solo blast of her own. Now an 8-5 ball game as 4 runs come across in the top of the 7th. And don't close the door yet, folks. Averett, a late offensive surge, has put themselves back into it, down to their final out, but only down by 3. Looks like Sparandeo going to stay out for Lynchburg. This originally was Emily Fugate's spot in the lineup. Then it was Lauren Johnson hitting in that place. Pausing the action as a softball has gone astray and made its way out to center field. So now Sparandeo can get set. Face Lauren Johnson for a second time. Hit hard and past the glove of Walter. Stays fair up the left field line. Excuse me, that actually was Emily Fugate. And Fugate gets her first hit of the day. Now 1 for 3. And now a trip to the circle for head coach Don Simmons. Sparandeo has been stellar and then hit a bump in the road with 2 away in the final half inning of play, potentially, if the Hornets hold on to the lead. And not a long trip to the circle. Sparandeo going to stay out there for Lynchburg, and Coach Simmons, I'm not even sure she made it all the way to the circle before turning around. 2 down, Taylor Sullivan back up the middle. Fielded by the shortstop. Stewart tossed to second in time for out number 3. And that'll do it for game 1 of our softball doubleheader. Lynchburg comes out on top, 8-5. Angela Sparandeo forfeits 4 runs in the top of the 7th, but comes away as the winning pitcher in today's contest. Meanwhile, Hannah Thompson gives up 7 earned runs and will get the loss. But this is just the first of 2 games to be played today. So we will step aside and come back with game 2 in approximately 40 minutes from now. Once again, final score 8-5. Lynchburg takes game 1 of the Twin Bill. Live from Moon Field, getting set for Game 2 of our twin bill as Lynchburg plays host to the Averett Cougars. Some softball coverage coming to you on LHSN. TJ Wingert here, take you through all the action. Lynchburg took Game 1 in resounding fashion, 8-5 final score, 4 runs across in the top of the 7th. Made it a little closer for Averett, but it was pretty much Hornets from midway point of the game once we got some offense on the board through the finish. Now time for Game 2. Averett at the plate. We'll have leadoff hitter and second baseman Angela Rodriguez get things underway with Anna Coleman and Hannah Thompson coming after. And in the circle for Lynchburg, number 23, Bree Carter. Right-handed arm makes her first start on the season. First pitch misses the zone. And Rodriguez in the count to start her day. 1-0. Rolled foul up the third base line. Rodriguez, a freshman from Manassas Park, Virginia. Stands 5'1", utility player on the roster. Here's the starting 9 for Averett. To the rest of the batting order. Salem Hill back in that cleanup spot. Chloe Horton, Lauren Johnson, Emily Fugate, Olivia Jones, and Hannah Jones to round out the rest of the Cougars batting lineup. 1-1 up and above the chest. Count goes to 2-1. There's Bree Carter, again making her first appearance in the circle this season. Sophomore from Blue Ridge, Virginia. Has the 2-1 fouled away to even the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lynchburg now with a chance to sweep a doubleheader for the first time all season long. They split against William Peace Methodist last weekend and yesterday, respectively. Take game 1, 8-5. Carter looking to follow up the complete game showing from Angela Sparandeo. Carter set, winds, fires, ground ball, rolls foul, up the third base line once again. Defensive alignment for Lynchburg sees Carly Hundall behind the dish, doing the catching for Bree Carter. The infield from right to left has Sophie Tully at first, Ashley Haley at second, Ruby Stewart at short, and Carly Cundiff getting the nod at the hot corner. And the outfield from left to right sees Gracie Dooley in left, Kaylee Hackett in center, and Lexi Powell in right. Another foul ball off the bat of Rodriguez. This becomes her first official collegiate plate appearance. So a benchmark for Rodriguez, and she's got a good battle to start the day against Carter. Another 2-2 pitch. Sent out to right field on a line, there to make the grab, Powell. There to make the play, snares the line drive, and Rodriguez down for out number 1. Powell not in the starting lineup for Lynchburg in game 1, but you see on your screen out in right field for game 2. That brings Anna Coleman back to the plate. She was the catcher and 2-hole hitter in game 1. That exact same spot in the lineup and in the field for game 2. First pitch swinging, popped up. A little behind second base. Catch is made by Ashley Haley for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down. Coleman retired much quicker than Rodriguez was. And Carter now with a chance to get a 1-2-3 start to her day. First pitch on the way to shortstop Hannah Thompson, misses down in the dirt. Thompson in game 1 put together a solid performance at the plate here. Drives this one to center field, tracking back into her left. Kaylee Hackett makes the grab for out number 3. And Bree Carter starts today with a 1-2-3 frame of work to get us underway. We're stepping aside and coming back with the bottom of the first and get our first look at Lynchburg at the plate. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. We'll get our first look at the Lynchburg offense. Leading things off, Carly Hudnall, the catcher, in the leadoff spot, followed by Lexi Powell in right field. Then shortstop batting third is Ruby Stewart. Back in the cleanup spot, the designated player, Caroline Joy. Then followed by five-hole hitter and third baseman Carly Cundiff. Kaylee Hackett in the sixth spot playing center field. Then it's Sophie Tully playing first, bat in seventh. And to round out the order, Gracie Tooley in the eighth spot and Ashley Haley batting in the nine-hole. And they'll go toe-to-toe with Taylor Sullivan. Saw Sullivan in left field for game one. Now Sullivan steps into the circle and gets her first start of the season. Sullivan last year a 2.81 ERA, 12 games pitched, 9 starts, 5-3 record. Sullivan gets set. Hudnall into the left-handed batter's box. Hudnall in game one went 2 for 4, pair of singles, couple of strikeouts with it. First pitch is in for strike one. So Averett, after dropping game one, 0-1 on the season, went 13-13 a year ago, 4-12 on the road. Popped up behind third base, nice range for Salem Hill. Covers the necessary ground, and Hudnall down for the first out in the bottom of the first. Excuse me, that was actually Hannah Thompson ranging over to make the play. The complete other side of the field from where we are. So pop out to short. First hitter retired. Lexi Powell gets her first AB on the afternoon. Sullivan set, winds, fires. Same spot, same result. Count quickly, 0-2. Battery made for Sullivan is Anna Coleman. We talked about Coleman in the top half of this inning. Back behind the dish with the catching duties. 0-2. Down below the knees. Ball and 2 strikes now to Powell. The rest of the infield, though, for Averett, left to right. Salem Hill at the hot corner. Hannah Thompson gets to start at short. Angela Rodriguez is at second with Chloe Horton at first for game two, as well as she was in game one. 1-2. Makes it past Thompson and into left field. Powell picks up the base hit. Puts a runner on with one down. Finishing off Averett's defensive alignment, the outfield from right to left has Olivia Jones in right, Emily Fugate in center, and Hannah Jones starting in left. Powell on at first. Plays with speed to spare. Does not have a stolen base attempt yet this season, but that single, her first hit on the year. Sophomore and switch hitter from Vinton, Virginia. At least on the roster is a switch hitter. Hitting from the right side against a right-handed pitcher. May suggest that might be right-handed only approach this year for Powell. Nonetheless, first hit of the season. And now with Ruby Stewart at the plate. Letter high offering. Called strike one. Sullivan set. Catches the bottom half of the zone. Clips the outside corner and makes it 1-2. Talking about more of the numbers from last year for Sullivan. 42 and a third innings worth of work. 32 strikeouts to 9 walks. Showcases someone with the ability to live around the strike zone, and it's put on display here. Stewart can't help but chase. Goes down swinging. Punch out number one for game number 2. Stewart is out number 2. Cleanup hitter, Caroline Joy, looking to carry over the success from game 1. How about this stat line? 3 for 4, pair of singles, and then the big one being a grand slam coming in the bottom of the 5th. So Caroline Joy picked up her second home run and took her RBI total from 4 up to 8 with one swing of the bat. And again, finished game 1, 3 for 4. Underneath this one, skied shallow right field, ranging back and out of the glove of Angela Rodriguez. Throw to the plate, not in time, scoring on the error is Lexi Powell, and Joy stands tall at second base. Lynchburg strikes first and leads 1-0. That'll go down as an unearned run as it's an E4 going against Rodriguez. So now an RBI opportunity for Carly Cundiff. Gets the nod, man in the hot corner in game 2. First pitch starts to count at 0-1. Carly Cundiff did have a pinch hit chance in game 1. Picked up a single, hitting in the place of Addison Walter. So officially went 1 for 1 in game number 1. Here swings through the fastball, count to 0-2. Sullivan a pitch away from getting through the inning with just the 1 run across. 0-2, outside corner. Cundiff goes down looking. Second strike out of the frame for Taylor Sullivan, but due to the error from second baseman Angela Rodriguez, a run does come around to score in the form of Lexi Powell and moves Lynchburg ahead 1-0 through the first inning of action. Don't go anywhere. We'll step aside and come back with the top of the second between Lynchburg and Averett. Top of the second inning, Lynchburg ahead 1-0 after an unearned run comes around to score in the bottom of the first. That puts Bree Carter in line for a win, at least in the early goings. First pitch of the second inning. This is high and inside to Salem Hill. The third baseman gets her first plate appearance in game 2. Carter set, deals the 1-0. Misses off the outside corner this time round. Count grows to 2 balls and no strikes. Hill went 0 for 3. Was hit by a pitch, came around to score in the 7th after a 3-run home run from Chloe Horton, who we'll see as the next hitter. 2-0 doesn't miss by much, but a miss nonetheless. Count 3 balls, no strikes. So Hill at the plate now, Horton on deck, and in the hole is Lauren Johnson, if any reaches. 7-0 hitter and center fielder Emily Fugate will step to the plate. 3-0. In for a called strike to Hill. An off-speed delivery from Carter. Still a hitter's count. 3-1. Clips the inside corner. Count goes full to Averett's third baseman. Payoff pitch on the way. Hit softly, but underneath the glove of Tully. There to make the play is Ashley Haley. Ranges to her left, makes the throw to first. Hill retired 4-3. Nice team defense for Lynchburg. There is Ashley Haley on your screen. And now stepping the plate is Chloe Horton. The first baseman had that 3-run home run on top of the 7th. It was then followed up by a solo home run off the bat of Carson Lee. The consecutive home runs started to make things interesting in the top of the 7th, but Angela Sparandeo closed it down thereafter and brought the game to its 8-5 final score. The 1-0. Hit on a line to center field, right to Kaylee Hackett. Catches the fly ball and makes it. Out number 2. The top of the second. 5 up, 5 down to start the day for Bree Carter. Clean slate to say the least. Now a chance to get through her second inning of work. Not allowing a base runner. It's the designated player Lauren Johnson hitting from the right side. This is a right-handed heavy Averett team. The lone lefty is Peyton Lowry. We saw a leadoff spot in game 1. And then they have a switch hitter on the roster as well. Lauren Johnson here, though. Deep fly out to left field. Gracie Duel makes the catch for out number 3. 6 up, 6 down to start today for Bree Carter. And Averett still looking for their first runner on the base paths. We'll step aside and come back with the bottom of the second. Lynchburg up 1-0. 6, 7, 8 coming to plate for Lynchburg, who leads this contest 1-0. Got a hit and a run around. The bottom half of the first, Lexi Powell came around to score after Caroline Joy reached with 2 down on an E4. Kaylee Hackett to lead things off, the center fielder. Came up with a solid defensive play in the top half of this inning. Got the line drive to center off the bat of first baseman Chloe Horton. Here Hackett ahead in the count 1-0. Went 3 for 4 in game 1, 3 singles and an RBI. Had a double pair of RBIs in game 2 yesterday against Methodist. All that to say, Hackett is hot at bat as there is at this point in the season. Rolling to the backstop. Wind starts to pick up once again. It was on and off again through game 1, but now casually blowing in from center field. Off the bat of Hackett, and once again out of play. 1-2 count. And overall for those, didn't hear me say it in game 1, 47-ish degrees outside right now. Sunny. Furthermore, not a cloud to be found in Lynchburg, Virginia, so perfect day for softball here at Moon Field. This becomes game 4 over 2 days for the softball team. Lost game 1 yesterday against Methodist, took game 2, 9-1. Take game 1 today, 8-5. Hackett pops this one up adjacent to first base. Over to make the grab is Horton, and Hackett down for out number 1. Lynchburg as a team picked to finish second in the ODAC. A younger team, no seniors on the roster. But a team that does have a lot of juniors in the starting lineup. And, of course, you just saw on your screen a moment ago, Don Simmons with enough softball experience to go around for the entire team. 23 years as the head coach at her alma mater, Lynchburg. Hit hard but fouled third base line. Off the bat of Sophie Tully. Tully went 1 for 3 in game 1. Had an RBI triple in the 5th. Also talking about where there is some experience on this Lynchburg roster. It's not necessarily with the players, but you also have former players in the form of Michelle Lehman and Kayla Hugate. Both graduated in the last year. Hugate technically graduated in 2020, but this is his first year as an assistant. Nice play made behind the plate by Anna Coleman. Tully retired for out number 2. And one more assistant we can talk about in that bunch, Danielle Powell, class of 2016, and Of course, their sisters playing on this team, Lexi Powell and Cassie Powell. Two away. Left-handed bat, Gracie Duel steps to the plate. One of just two left-handed hitters in the order for Lynchburg. The other is the leadoff hitter and catcher, Carly Hudnall. Dooley slaps it back up the middle and just past the diving effort from Rodriguez. Dooley gets the second hit of the day for Lynchburg and extends the second inning. Ashley Haley gets her first AB of game 2. A nice continuation of the success that Dooley had in game 1. She had a pinch hit opportunity, picked up a 2 RBI double in the bottom of the 5th half inning where Lynchburg put 7 runs on the board. So 2 RBI double in game 1, 2 out single to start her day in game 2. Haley at the plate, sends it back to the mound, snared by Sullivan for out number 3. Some really nice defensive plays for Averett in the bottom of the second. Keep it 1-0. Lynchburg in front in the early goings. We'll step aside and come back with a third inning of softball. You're watching Lynchburg and Averett duke it out on LHSN. Game 2 of a doubleheader between Lynchburg and Averett. We're into the top of the third in the second half of the Twin Bill. Averett's going to send 7-8-9 to the plate. First pitch swinging, popped up and out of play, seemingly so. Just barely able to stay in, and Caroline Joy. Instead, Carly Hudnall there to make the grab to retire Emily Fugate. Apologies. Hard to see through a nice crowd gathered here at Moon Field. Softball's gone now 6 for 6 on good crowd attendance to start the season. So with Fugate down, Olivia Jones steps to the left-handed batter's box. This is the lone left-handed bat in the order for Averett. Jones, the switch hitter. Talked about it briefly at the very end, the top of the second. You have a true lefty in Lowry, and the switch hitter in Jones, and that's it. Everyone else hits from the right side for Averett. Jones down in the count 0-2. Carter deals, leaves the off-speed pitch down and away. Jones did not play in game 1. This becomes her first at-bat of the season. Sophomore from Mount Airy, North Carolina. 2-1. This is in the same spot to even the count 2-all. After Olivia Jones comes Hannah Jones. If anybody reaches, we'll see the top of the order come back to the plate for Averett in the form of second baseman Angela Rodriguez. The 2-2 from Carter. Jones was leaning, launches it, miss off the outside corner. So Jones does a good job, battles back from down 0-2. And now sees the 3-2 pitch come her way. Let her high, called strike 3. First punch out of the day for Bree Carter. Backwards K sends Jones back to the dugout as out number 2. Eight up, 8 down for Bree Carter. Chance to pick up her 3rd consecutive 1-2-3 frame against Hannah Jones. Back in the 9th spot where she was in game 1 and swung the bat really well. 2 for 3 in that game, pair of singles, and then struck out her last time up. Jones started game 1 in short, then moved to right. In the starting lineup for game 2 out in left field, a true utility player. Sophomore winds, fires, 1-1, just off the outside corner. 2 balls and a strike now. Lynchburg with a chance to make it 11 wins in the last 12 meetings against Averett with the sweep of this doubleheader. Hornets took game 1 and out in front. So a little more than 2 innings worth of play in game 2. 2's across the scoreboard, 2-2 count, 2 away. Jones back to the box. Carter deals. Down and inside, blocked up by Hudnall. So now full count. And if Jones reaches, Rodriguez is on deck. Payoff pitch. Just misses the inside corner. Jones becomes the first run of the day for Averett. Don't close the door on the top of the 3rd just yet. A speedy runner on the base paths at first. Angela Rodriguez returning the plate, 0 for 1. Flew out to right field to open today's game. Or at least to open game 2. First pitch swinging. Up over the net and out of play. Foul ball starts to count at 0-1. Averett picked to finish 4th in the USA South preseason poll. Another foul ball. Rodriguez down in the count now, 0-2. So this is a matchup between 2 of the top teams in their respective conference. And it just becomes officially game 2 of the season for Averett. Just catching a tip of the bat. Rodriguez lives to see another 0-2 pitch. After today, though, doesn't get any easier for Averett. Next Saturday, they'll be at number 2, Virginia Wesleyan. Doubleheader with the Marlins, and then a little bit of a break before a doubleheader at Carolina University on March 10th. Another foul ball. Count stays at 0-2. Meanwhile, quickly the upcoming schedule for Lynchburg. Next Saturday, doubleheader at Mary Baldwin, and then a string of games over beginning of March out at the Fast Pitch Dreams Spring Classic. Line back up the middle. There to make the grab. Stewart retires Rodriguez for out number 3. 1 runner left on, but for Averett, that's a step in the right direction as they got their first base runner on the base paths in the top of the 3rd, but still scoreless. And now we head to the bottom of the 3rd. Lynchburg with a chance to push the lead beyond 1-0. You're watching the Cougars and the Hornets battle it out on LHSN. Bottom of the third inning, Lynchburg up 1-0. Hornets with 2 hits. Averett without one to this point in the game. Stepping to the plate for the Hornets. Top of the order, Carly Hudnall leads things off. The catcher 0 for 1 with a pop out to short in her first AB. Still Taylor Sullivan on the mound, showing bunt, laying it down, and foul up the third base line. Hudnall forced to retreat back to home plate. Certainly going to keep Anna Coleman on her toes. Also helps Hudnall, not only a good runner, which is a nice skill set to have if you're going to be a catcher, allows Coach Simmons to have some more flexibility there, but additionally in that left-handed batter's box, it's one less step you got to make up the first base line. Slap approach, line foul. Sullivan in the driver's seat, up in the count, 0-2. Hudnall in game 1, 2 for 4, also had a run scored. The 1 run given up by Sullivan was unearned. Came around on an E4, hit to the third baseman Hill, and once again it's foul. That one a little closer, but nonetheless, Sullivan making it challenging and forcing Hudnall to battle. Sullivan has the signs from Coleman. Fly ball, center field, ranging over Fugate there to make the grab for out number 1. The infield was approaching in as Hudnall slap hitter. You'll see outfields tend to do that. This time Hudnall forces Fugate range back a few steps to make the grab. But now with 1 away, Lexi Powell singled, came around to score that first run in the first inning for Lynchburg. This time, swings at the first pitch she sees, pops it up with Rodriguez settling underneath it to make the grab for out number 2. Now 3 in a row retired by Sullivan. And the starter put down 6 of the last 7 she's faced. This is a tough part of the order to face, though, for Lynchburg. Ruby Stewart, 0 for 1 with a strikeout. She went yard in game 1 yesterday. Then it's Caroline Joy if Stewart's able to reach. And if Lynchburg starts to string together a 2-out rally opportunity, Caroline Cundiff could come to the plate. 5-hole hitter and third baseman, still looking for her first hit in game 2. 0-1 offering to Stewart. Catches the outside corner. And that's been one of the things Sullivan's done really well in the early goings, and it's similar to what you could say about Hannah Thompson through the first 3 innings of her start in game 1. Pounding the strike zone, getting ahead in the count. Thompson started to waver off, gave up a run in the 4th and 7 in the 5th. Can Sullivan continue to rely and find the strike zone? If she does, so far her stuff has looked really, really solid, been able to miss a lot of bats. 1-2, cut on and missed. Stewart down swinging. Strikeout number 3 for Sullivan, and the first since the first inning. 1-2-3, the Hornets go down in order in the bottom of the 3rd through 3. Hornets up 1-0. We're stepping aside and coming back with the top of the 4th between Lynchburg and Averett. of the fourth inning gets underway with Bree Carter missing down and outside to lead off bat and catcher Anna Coleman. It's 2-3-4 in the Cougars order. Coleman, Thompson, and Salem Hill scheduled to play. And if any reach, it's the first baseman Chloe Horton due up next. Off the end of the bat, skied foul just behind third base. Cundiff gave chase, but unable to get to it. Count to 1-1 against Anna Coleman, who's 0 for 1 in this game. Popped out to second her first time up. Coleman, a catcher and an infielder, Yanceyville, North Carolina. One of 7 seniors for Averett. Another foul ball. Count moves to 1-2. Pitcher's count. Carter elevates, fly ball, right center field. Powell over to make the grab for the first out in the fourth inning. Both offenses having a tough go at it. Averett without a hit. The lone runner to reach was Hannah Jones via a walk with 2 down in the third. And Lynchburg has the run on the board, but it's an unearned run and just 2 hits. That said, in game 1, both sides were a little slow to start. We had 3 shutout innings if you missed it. And then Lynchburg got into a rhythm and did so quickly. 8 runs between the 4th and 5th inning, majority coming in the 5th. Here's a missile to center field. Hackett took a step in, appropriately readjusted, 2 steps back, and makes the grab for out number 2. 3 in a row retired by Carter now. Salem Hill returns to the plate. Second time getting to see Carter. 0 for 1. Hill was the leadoff hitter in the second. Grounded out to second. First pitch of the at-bat. Drops off the inside corner. It's a 1-0 count to start. One quick correction, reviewing the Averett roster. I said 7 seniors. It's only 5. Slapped out of play by Hill, but 5 seniors for the Cougars, none for Lynchburg, which is one of the most interesting storylines, and I'm excited to see how it plays out the rest of the way and how much this Lynchburg team leans on the expertise of Coach Simmons, Coach Hugate, Coach Powell, Coach Lahan, as well as Coach Jennings. Been an assistant coach for Lynchburg for more than a decade now. 2-1 the count to Hill. Freshman utility player from Thomasville, North Carolina. Chops it back towards the middle of the infield. Ranging left. Fielded by Cundiff. The throw to first in time for out number 3. Averett down 1-2-3 in the top of the 4th. And Bree Carter continues her smooth sailing. We're stepping aside and coming back with the bottom of the 4th inning. Lynchburg up 1-0. Bottom of the 4th inning, Lynchburg with a chance to extend their 1-0 lead. It's Taylor Sullivan stand on the mound for Averett and third-year head coach Stephen Alcorn. And Lynchburg sends 4-5-6 to the plate. That's Caroline Joy, Carly Cundiff, and Kaylee Hackett. Joy reached on the E4. That brought around the only run to this contest. Joy gives this one a ride to the warning track in left field, with one step coming in from Hannah Jones there to make the grab for out number 1. Joy once again puts the pop on display. Nothing to show for it. And ultimately, it's the 5th consecutive hitter retired by Sullivan. Carly Cundiff now steps to plate 0 for 1. Struck out looking at her first AB. This pitch in on Cundiff's hands. Fought out of play. Third baseman just made the defensive play to bring it close to the top of the 4th. Nothing but zeros on the board for Averett on the offensive side. Oh, 1. Another foul ball. Pitchers count, 0-2. Sullivan to this point in the game, 3 strikeouts, 2 hits allowed, no walks. Really solid start to the season for Sullivan. But the 4th inning is when the wheel started to come off for Hannah Thompson in game 1. 0-2, pump past Cundiff. Becomes the 4th strikeout on the afternoon for Sullivan. A lot of times in those 2-strike situations, people will default to thinking an off-speed pitch is coming. That time, Sullivan lets the fastball do the work for her. Able to miss the bat of Cundiff. Now 6 in a row, retired in the Hornets order. Kaylee Hackett looking to bring that to a close. Down in the count, 0-1 to start. Hackett 0 for 1 in game 2. Popped out to first. Back in the 3rd. Excuse me, the 2nd. Line to the screen. Count now 0-2. Sullivan a pitch away from matching the 1-2-3 effort from Carter in the top half of this inning. 0-2 didn't miss by much, but count now at a ball and 2 strikes. Right on right battle. Sullivan has this one sent out to right center field. Tracking to her left. Fugate there to make the grab. And the Hornets go down 1-2-3 for the 2nd consecutive inning. And it's 7 in a row put down by the hand of Taylor Sullivan. We're through 4. Still 1-0. Lynchburg out in front of Averett. Top half of inning number 5 sees Bree Carter retake the circle and gets set to take on Chloe Horton, Lauren Johnson, and Emily Fugate. At least that's the 3 scheduled to the plate for Averett. Horton up to lead things off 0 for 1. Had a 3-run home run in the 7th in game number 1. And here gets the 5th inning underway with an exclamation point. Horton picks up the first hit of the day for Averett. First hit of the game, I should say, for Averett. Obviously, this is a doubleheader. There were hits in game 1, but it wasn't until the first pitch of the 5th where the Cougars landed their first base knock in game 2. So the designated player, Lauren Johnson, returns to the plate. Shows bunt, lays it up the third base side. Over to field, Cundiff fires to first. Ashley Haley covering the bag, so Zach Bunt does its job. 5-4 put out for those keeping track at home. Horton, most importantly, if you're an Averett fan, advances to second. And now a base knock could potentially tie this game up. First pitch of the AB, in for a cold strike. Fugate's been in center to this point in the game for Averett, 0 for 1. Will pop out behind home plate. Early Hudnall, the nice defensive play, showcased a lot of hustle. We're going to get to that. Popped up softball. This one slapped back up the middle. It'll stay in the infield as Stewart, talking about great hustle and range, put on display there. And by not allowing that ball to go into center field, you got to think it plays a factor in why Horton doesn't try to push the issue and go home. Now Hackett from center was coming forward with a head of steam and likely would have been ready to come up firing, but Stewart ensures that Horton's not going to try. Runners at the corners, one away. Best scoring chance we've seen for Averett, you could say all day, but certainly in game two, and it prompts a trip to the mound for Coach Simmons. Lynchburg looking for the first doubleheader sweep of the season. They've gone 1-1 in each of the prior two. And it looks like Lynchburg is going to make a pitching change, so we will step aside as Bree Carter does the same. When we come back, we'll tell you about the new pitcher for the Hornets. Lynchburg up 1-0. Emily Charlton takes over in the circle for Lynchburg after Bree Carter goes 4 1/3, gives up 2 hits, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. The line not final, as she is responsible for both runners on the base paths. First hitter that Charlton faces is the left-hand hitting Olivia Jones. Taking the first pitch in for a cold strike 1. Charlton makes her 4th appearance on the season already. Has a couple starts, pair of complete games with it. Through 16 2/3, the ERA currently at .42 for Charlton. And furthermore, 16 strikeouts to 1 walk. All that to say, yeah, Charlton's been stellar to start the year. Including a 6-inning complete game showing, allowing just 1 earned run in the first win of the year for Lynchburg against William Peace. Ground ball stays in the infield. Chloe Horton will not try to score from third. Nice play from Stewart at short. And retires Jones at first for out number 2. Emily Fugate did advance in the play. She now stands at second. So 2 runners in scoring position. 2 down. Hannah Jones stepping to the plate. Without an official AB in this game, she drew a walk back in the second. The southpaw Charlton set, deals, clips the outside corner, gets a cold strike 1. Jones was 2 for 3 in game 1. There you see Charlton looking to come through in a big spot, trying to keep Lynchburg ahead in this contest 1-0. Each side with 2 hits. It's been neck and neck to this point in the game. The back half of our twin bill. Count now 0-2. Charlton with a chance for strikeout number 17 on the season. The 0-2. Down and outside. Jones will see one more pitch. Anna Jones, a freshman, looking to come through in a huge spot here for Averett. Could put the Cougars back in front with a base knock. Rolled over to the right side. Haley Fields tosses to first. 4-3 put out. Good for out number 3. 2 runners left on, and not just left on in scoring position. Averett remains scoreless, and we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Lynchburg up 1-0. Bottom of the 5th inning brings Sophie Tully, Gracie Dooley, and Ashley Haley to the plate for Lynchburg. Hornets looking for some insurance. They currently lead 1-0, but Averett had a nice scoring opportunity in the top half this inning. Had runners at the corners with 1 out. Ultimately became runners at second and third with 2 down. But after the pitching change was made and Emily Charlton closed the door on the scoring chance for Averett, here we are, bottom of the 5th. Lynchburg still up by a run. But that advantage can dissipate as quickly as the Cougars created the scoring opportunity in the top half this inning. 1-1 count to Tully. Had an RBI triple in game 1. 0 for 1 so far in game 2. Foul ball, hit hard along the left field line. Count now 1-2. Tully, a junior from Moseley, Virginia, went to Cosby High School. A former Titan. Takes the pitch downstairs from Sullivan. And Taylor Sullivan pitched through consecutive 1-2-3 frames. Had a strikeout in each inning. But really, Sullivan's done a fantastic job pitching to soft contact. This one gets away from her. And the count now 3-2 to Tully. I think another interesting note, it's been all strikeouts. Lineouts are flyout / pop-outs. No ground ball outs for Lynchburg on the offensive side against Sullivan. 3-2, elevated out of the zone. Tully won't chase and becomes the first base runner for the Hornets since the 2nd inning. First walk issued by Sullivan. And Gracie Dooley steps back to the plate, but first we'll have a pinch runner at first. In for Tully comes Skylar Sams. I saw Sams as a pinch runner in game 1 as well. Came on for Jordan Brown after Brown was hit by a pitch. Sams then did ultimately come around to score. Lynchburg would love to see history repeat itself. Dooley at the plate, looking for hit number 2, 1 for 1 with a single. That came with 2 away in the 2nd. It was the first hit of the game. Dooley shows bunt, lays it down, but it's foul. Actually, one more correction. Leah Caldwell's the runner, 29, not 28. I'm shaking off the rust. First time calling softball in, say, 11 months. I do apologize for picking out the wrong player. Slap foul by Duel. Pitcher's count 0-2. Bottom portion of the order at the plate now for Lynchburg. And if Sullivan can get through this frame, it's 1-2-3 step in the plate once we get to the 6th. Dooley goes around and goes down swinging. Strikeout number 5 for Taylor Sullivan. Out number 1 in the bottom of the 5th. Big out for Sullivan. In this spot, you're trying to minimize how much of the top of the order you see. Showing bunt, pulling back, and taking a strike is Ashley Haley. And now Sullivan, a ground ball double play away from getting through the inning entirely. Or, if Sullivan retires Haley, it's a runner on and you're facing Hudnall, which is tough. But if you only face the leadoff hitter, then you're in a good spot. They call strike. Back pick attempt up the first base line. Caldwell's back in time. The throw went to right, but nothing doing. There to back up the play is Olivia Jones. It's an 0-2 count to Haley. Sullivan deals. Goes high and outside. Haley lays off. Count now a ball and 2 strikes. Lynchburg's second baseman 0 for 1. Had a line drive back to the mound. That's Sullivan able to snag. That was the final out in the second. Here a drive to left. A step back for Hannah Jones, who makes the grab for out number 2. Haley down F7, and now this is exactly what I was talking about, where Hudnall is a tough player to get out as the final out of an inning. But if you're Taylor Sullivan, you'd rather just see the leadoff hitter in the order as opposed to having to see Lexi Powell, Ruby Stewart, and Caroline Joy. So after issuing the leadoff walk, retiring Dooley and Haley, and not letting the snowball mount was huge. Up the third base line, the throw to first, not in time. It's followed by a throw to second. Caldwell able to stay on the bag. Hudnall reaches, infield single, hit number 3 for Lynchburg. Like I pointed out, Caldwell advances to second. So now it's an RBI opportunity for Powell. And, you know, an infield base knock puts further emphasis on you had to retire Dooley and Haley. Sullivan was able to get the job done, and now still in a spot where there's not a run put on the board, at least not yet, for Lynchburg. And at this late in the game, Sullivan, the job is keep it 1-0 and hope the offense finds its stride, especially with the top of the order coming to the plate once we get to the 6th. 1-0 to Powell, called strike 1. And Sullivan's been really solid at this point in the game. We talked about just 3 hits allowed, 5 strikeouts, only 1 walk. The pitching's been there for Averett in game 2. Line to left field, and they call foul. That's one of those plays, and you even saw it with the players on the field where everyone takes a collective breath and tries to see fair or foul. This time, this is wide left of the chalk. So we'll see a 1-2 pitch from Sullivan to Powell. This is just above the letters. Now 2's across the scoreboard. The count to 2-2, 2 away. Caldwell, the lead runner, at second. Behind her, Carly Hudnall at first. Sullivan winds, fires, base hit back up the middle. Rounding third, Caldwell will score. Run down between first and second, but no one covering first base. Lexi Powell with a huge RBI single. Caldwell scores. Hudnall up to second on the play, and Lynchburg finds that insurance run they've been looking for and lead 2-0. Powell now 2 for 3, but the right fielder picks up her first RBI on the day. And to that point, just RBI number 2 on the season. First pitch of the at-bat to Ruby Stewart. This is up and out of the zone. Now a meeting on the mound between Anna Coleman and Sullivan. Just an out away from holding the damage at 1 run across in the bottom of the 5th. Trying to keep the score 2-0. Ruby Stewart 0 for 2, pair of strikeouts. Sullivan's had her number to this point. That likely is a conversation Coleman and Sullivan just had. Hey, you've had her number. Keep at it. Pound the strike zone. If that's the case, does Stewart have the counter? 1-0 at the knees. Evens the count 1-1. Through 4 2/3, Sullivan's pitch count in a good spot as well. 63 pitches. And the 1-1 waved at and missed. Strike 2. So now the sophomore a pitch away from. We're going to close to the 5th inning of softball and keeping it a 2-0 ball game, and Sullivan does just that. Stewart out in front of it, goes down on strikes for the 3rd time today and becomes strikeout number 6 overall for Taylor Sullivan. We're through 5, Lynchburg up 2-0. We're stepping aside and coming back with the top of the 6th. See if the Cougars can respond. Hornets up 2-0 over the visiting Averett Cougars. Run of insurance across after an RBI single from Lexi Powell with 2 down in the bottom of the 5th. And now Emily Charlton retakes the circle after corralling the final 2 outs. Top of the 5th. First pitch of the frame. This is down in the dirt to Angela Rodriguez. Count starts at 1-0. Tarleton got those final 2 outs. Olivia Jones grounding out to short, then Hannah Jones grounding out to second. The 1-0 sent out of play. Rodriguez still looking for her first collegiate hit. 0 for 2. Pull out to right, line down to short. The 1-1 from the lefty. Off the end of the bat and cued foul behind home plate. 1-2 now to Rodriguez. The wind has calmed down a bit here at Moon Field. Make it a little bit more advantageous if you're a hitter. It's been blowing in from center all day long. 1-2. Waiting back, Rodriguez scores that first collegiate hit. Really nice piece of hitting there for the second baseman. Kept her hands back just long enough and got some solid contact off against Charlton. So leadoff runner aboard for Averett. And that is just hit number 11 issued by Charlton through over 17 innings of work. Rodriguez on at first with good speed. Anna Coleman back to the plate. Also 0 for 2. First pitch swinging. Finds the alleyway in left center field. All the way to the wall. Rodriguez rounds third. Throw to the plate. Not in time. And on the throw, Coleman advances to third. RBI double for the Averett catcher. And now that run of insurance looms large for Lynchburg as it's now a 2-1 ball game. Potential tying run, one base away for Averett. Hannah Thompson, the RBI opportunity, 0 for 2. Flown out to center field twice. Here, that'll do the job. A sac fly would tie this game up 2-all. First pitch of the at-bat. Doesn't miss by much, but called a ball. 1-0 count to start to Thompson, the shortstop. Who's the starting pitcher in game 1. Swung it really well through the first 7 innings. Now with a chance, third at-bat, to at least tie it up. (2-0) from Charlton. Down and outside. Count swells to 3-0. Thompson in the 3 spot. Figure if there's anybody in the lineup that has a green light in the spot, Thompson among the most likely of those suspects, but unsure in this spot if she will go through with the green light. Instead, this pitch misses off the outside corner, and Thompson takes the base on balls and trots up the first base line, putting runners at the corners and no outs for Averett. Scheduled to be Salem Hill coming to the plate. But out of the dugout comes Coach Steve Alcorn. And instead of Hill, here's we'll see Elena Lewis come to the plate. Lewis, a catcher and third baseman, senior from Wake Forest, North Carolina. Called on in a huge spot. Can tie it up either with a base knock or a productive out. First pitch from Charlton, down and outside. Now the 1-0. Hit softly foul up the third base line. Now 1-1 count. Lana Lewis, a .250 hitter through 11 games played and 7 starts a season ago. All of her hits being singles. Also had 2 RBIs. This one's hit on the ground, stays in the infield. Picked up initially by Cundiff. Thought about throwing home instead. Throws to first, but the hesitation cost the Hornets, and Lewis is called safe at first. Coleman scores on the play. Thompson up to second. And it's now a 2-2 ball game. Lewis on your screen ties it up, and the opportunity is still ajar. No outs in the inning, and they're going to call that a hit for Lewis. So an RBI single for the senior. Comes through in the big spot she was called on in. Chloe Horton shows bunts. Takes a jab, won't get it down. Throw to third as the runner was in motion. Offline, gets past Ruby Stewart, and now Averett finds themselves up 3-2 as Thompson touches home plate. Go down as a stolen base, followed by an E2 that brings Thompson around. meeting at the circle. Lynchburg infield are going to settle itself down after giving up 3 runs here in the top of the 6th inning. Hornets trail by a run. And catching you up for those who care and keeping score at home. Becomes an unearned run on that throw to third. They'll say an E6 instead of an E2. And for Elena Lewis, not a single, instead reaching on a fielder's choice, which was my initial interpretation of the play, but it has now gone into the official stats as such. Lewis does get the RBI, putting the ball in play. 0-1 count to Horton, back in the right-handed batter's box, hits it on the ground, right side. Ruby Stewart fields, the throw to first, offline. Elena Lewis moves up to third on the play. And because of the E6, Horton aboard at first. Runners at the corners. Second error of the day to go against Lynchburg. And the second to go against Stewart in specific. Lauren Johnson, the designated player, returns to the plate. 0 for 1. Had a sac bunt her last time up. But before Johnson sees the first pitch, another conference on the mound. This may signal an end of the day for Emily Charlton. See Coach Simmons in the huddle with her infield. It might also just be a trip to talk over what you want to do with a pair of runners on first and third. Are you making the throw to second if the runner takes off instead, or you giving up the stolen base to Horton if she does take off? Won't see a pitching change, so conversation must revolve around strategy, ground ball in the infield, where's the throw going, things of that nature. All things that excite a former baseball player like myself, former softball player. Those are the things that are entertaining. Meanwhile, those who haven't been in that circle look at it as a conference on the mound. Johnson steps back into the box. Lewis, the lead runner at third. Horton on at first after the E6. Averett with a chance to extend their 3-2 lead. Charlton deals first pitch, fastball, line foul. We also saw Lauren Johnson in game 1. Johnson used as a pinch hitter, went 1 for 1, hitting the spot of Emily Fugate. This one fouled off by Johnson. Count now at 0-2. That's the spot where you see Carly Hudnall. She has to be a brick wall. Pass ball could open up the opportunity for Elena Lewis to score from third. So in this spot, it's not just about Lynchburg forcing Averett to come through in a spot and earn the runs. It's avoiding those miscues, such as wild pitch, pass balls, errors, et cetera, that have, especially on the error side of that, extra elements I'm mentioning. They have been a little tumultuous here in the top of the 6th and played a big part in the 3 runs on the board for the Cougars. Still no outs in the inning. 1-2, just off the outside corner. Charlton a pitch away from her first strikeout on the afternoon. It would do wonders trying to navigate through a messy top of the 6th. Johnson gets just enough of it, sends it out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Lauren Johnson back to the right-handed batter's box. Flew out to left in the second. The sack bunt last time up. She can make it a 2-run lead, even without a base knock. Sent to second. Haley tosses. Stewart can't handle it. Yet another E6. This one scores Lewis. Horton advancing to second on the play, and Johnson aboard at first. Our apologies, Lewis did not score on that play. So the bases are loaded. Emily Fugate at the plate. Still a 3-2 ball game. Fugate 1 for 2, singled her last time up. It was the bottom of the fifth. Lynchburg broke game 1 open, including a grand slam. And already 3 runs across in the top of the 6th for Averett to take their first lead of this game. And this is a spot, no outs. You don't even need a grand slam to really start to run away with it this late in the game. Charlton set, the 0-2, down below the knees. Count now at a ball and 2 strikes. Lewis, the runner at third, Horton behind her at second, Johnson on at first. Infield, even with the bags. The 1-2, cut on and missed. Got away from Hudnall, tosses towards home plate, not in time. So Averett up 4-2. And Fugate aboard at first despite striking out. It does become the first strikeout of the day for Charlton, but drop third strike. Brings Lewis around from third. Horton goes from second to third, and now Johnson up to second. And again, Fugate on at first. And now they're going to change that verdict. I was a little curious with the runner on at first. Fugate correctly taken off the base paths. She's just out number 1. And instead, pass ball scores Lewis. Pass ball or wild pitch. They're going to call it a wild pitch. So it goes against Charlton as opposed to Hudnall. Olivia Jones at the plate. 0-1 from Charlton. Waved at a missed. Count to 0-2. In the spot here where Charlton could really help herself out. She makes it back-to-back punch-outs. Otherwise, Jones afforded the opportunity to be a productive out. Ground ball or sac fly. 0-2. Waved at a miss by Jones. Charlton gets those consecutive strikeouts. Horton holds at third. Johnson at second. And Charlton with a chance to hold the damage at 4 cross. Keep it at a 2-run deficit. Heading to the bottom of the 6th. Hannah Jones on the other end of the spectrum looking to break this game open. At least it's scheduled to be Hannah Jones. Coach Alcorn, the discussion, their home plate umpire. Stepping the plate instead is going to be Lauren Nelson. We also saw Nelson in game 1 in pinch hitting duty. Drew a walk, and she hit in the place of Carson Lee. First pitch swinging. Nelson sends it foul up the third base line. Nelson were to reach. Angela Rodriguez is in the on-deck circle. Charlton set, the 0-1 offering. Sliced out towards right field, right to Lexi Powell, who waits and makes the catch for out number 3. But 9 hitters come to the plate, 4 runs come across for Averett, and the Cougars find themselves up by 2. We're stepping aside and coming back with the bottom of the 6th. Lynchburg looking to answer as they're down by a pair of runs. A 4-run top of the 6th puts Averett in front 4-2. And now in the bottom of the 6th inning, it'll be Caroline Joy, Carly Cundiff, and Carly Hackett coming to the plate. Taylor Sullivan stays on the mound. Sophomore with 6 strikeouts to this point. First pitch swinging. Joy skies it in the infield. Charging in Thompson there to make the grab. Coming up from short. And Joy with 1 pitch becomes out number 1. That brings Cundiff back to the plate. 0 for 2. Pair of strikeouts. 1 looking, 1 swinging. And momentum. You can even feel it here at Moon Field. Shifted completely over to the side of Averett. Cougars looking for their first win of the season. This doubleheader serving as their season opener. Dropped game 1-8-5. Responded back. And battled back from down 2-0 and now lead 4-2. Coach Simmons out of the dugout. Talking with their home plate umpire. And instead of seeing Cundiff, it's Sarah English stepping the plate, a freshman utility player from Powhatan, Virginia. So English gets her first at-bat of the day. Takes the first pitch in for a called strike 1. This becomes the 4th game played. And to this point in the season, English 0 for 4. Has scored a run as she reached via hit by a pitch. English skies this one up and lands foul. Fortunate break for Lynchburg. And Coach Simmons, a couple words, their own plate umpire. We're going to brush off the plate. Count to 0-2. Sullivan sets down English. Strikeout number 7 on the day for Taylor Sullivan. Out number 2 in the bottom of the 6th. And it's 3 in a row in the Hornets order set down by the Averett starter, Kaylee Hackett. Looking to keep the inning alive. First pitch in for a strike. Hackett 0 for 2 in game 2 and 3 for 4 in game 1. It's been a pop out to first and a fly out to center for Hackett. This one sent to the left side of the infield. Hill throws across the infield, dug up by Horton. 5-3 put out, good for out number 3. Hackett down for the final out of a 1-2-3 6th, pitched by Taylor Sullivan and Averett. In front 4-2. We'll step aside and come back with the final inning of action, barring something crazy. 4-2 you score. Averett out in front. Top of the 7th inning. Averett out in front, 4-2. Angela Rodriguez to lead things off. Toe-to-toe against Emily Charlton. First pitch swinging. It's waved at and missed for strike 1. Second time that Rodriguez has gotten to see Charlton. Resulted in the first hit of Rodriguez's career last inning as a leadoff hitter in the frame. Averett sent 9 to the plate as a part of a 4-run top of the 6th. Here Charlton out to a strong start in the 7th. Out in front 0-2 after inducing the swing and miss. Second strike against Rodriguez. Charlton with the signs. Deals just off the outside corner. Count now at 1-2. Charlton up to 35 pitches, inning and 2/3, giving up 3 earned runs per the live stats. Gets a ground ball left side of the infield. Cundiff fields and fires to first. Rodriguez set down for out number 1. And the job here for Charlton, simply enough, retire Coleman and Thompson, which is easier said than done. That's 1, 2, 3 in the Averett order, by the way. But if you do that, keep it a 4-2 ball game. Try to ride that momentum into the bottom half of the 7th. Make a comeback with 7, 8, 9 scheduled to play for the Hornets. First pitch of the AB to Coleman. Down and outside. Cougars catcher working on a 1-for-3 game here in Game 2. Had the RBI double last time up. Then advanced to third on the third of the plate with Rodriguez scoring on the extra base hit. And that was the first of 4 runs across last inning. One pitch on its way. Sent back to Cundiff. And deja vu gives us out number 2. Hannah Thompson looking to keep the top of the 7th alive. The wind's starting to pick up once more here in Lynchburg, Virginia, blowing in from center field. Makes the home run from Caroline Joy. To that point, the grand slam from Caroline Joy in Game 1, all that more impressive because it was not even close. And even to that point, how about a 3-run home run from Chloe Horton in Game 1 that made it pretty comfortably over the center field wall with the wind blowing in. But here in Game 2, it's a 1-1 count, 2 away for Hannah Thompson. 0 for 2 in the game, pair of flyouts to center field. Walked, came around to score last inning. Another foul ball up the third base line. Pitcher's count, a ball and 2 strikes. Charlton with a good chance to answer back after surrendering 4 last inning with a 1-2-3 frame of her own. And we'll figure to see Taylor Sullivan in the bottom half of the 7th. Hudnall relays the signs to Charlton, the 1-2. Down and outside. Put 2s across the scoreboard. 2-2 count, 2 down. Charlton winds, fires. Another foul ball off the bat of Hannah Thompson. Senior hailing from Pelham, North Carolina. Bartlett Yancey High School. Another 2-2. Thompson waits on it just long enough. It still goes foul up that left field line, but Thompson was leaning through the box. Able to make contact. Lives to see another pitch from Charlton. The 2-2 once more. Through the middle and into center field. 2-out base knock. Thompson with her first hit in Game 2. A tough out every time she comes to the plate. Now Salem Hill returns to the right-handed batter's box. Starting third baseman for Averett. Looking for her first hit. Had an RBI fielder's choice last inning. Before that, gone out to second and third, altogether 0 for 3 with a ribby. And Hill chases the first pitch downstairs and falls behind 0-1. Softly hit foul towards the Lynchburg dugout. Charlton a pitch away from scoreless top of the 7th. Both teams will be back in action next weekend. For Averett, it's at Virginia Wesleyan. Lynchburg softball will also be on the road next weekend. They'll take on Mary Baldwin in the Squirrels. The doubleheader on Saturday and finishing the series on Sunday. Or excuse me, just the doubleheader on Saturday. Another foul ball off the bat of Hill. Hill was pinch hit for last inning by Elena Lewis. So the RBI fielder's choice truly goes to Lewis. Hill 0 for 2 in this game. Out in front of this one, but drives it into left field. Consecutive 2-out base knocks for Averett. Thompson up to second. Hill aboard at first. And the inning continues. Chloe Horton steps to the plate, had a 3-run jack in the top of the 7th. Now with a chance, even with just a single, to score Thompson, who runs well. Try to provide that little bit of insurance. The Cougars and Taylor Sullivan might need once we get to the bottom of the 7th. First pitch to Horton, in for a called strike 1. Meanwhile, it's Charlton looking to keep it at a 2-run game, and now Charlton actually going to hand over the softball. So, with a pitching change, we're going to take a quick pause and come back and tell you about the new arm for Lynchburg. Just one moment. Kaylee Dorsis becomes the third pitcher of the game for Lynchburg. And this becomes appearance number 3 of the season for Dorsis. Gone through 5 1/3 so far this season. ERA sits at 3.94. Opponents hitting just 150 against, however. And called on a spot with 2 on and 2 away. From the left-handed Charlton to the righty Dorsis. First pitch down and inside to Horton. And it was an abrupt pitching change mid-count. So after the first pitch ball delivered by Dorsis, the count is 1-1 to Chloe Horton. Looking to create a little bit more separation between Averett and Lynchburg. Horton well out in front of this one, skies at foul. Thompson the lead runner at second. Salem Hill behind her at first. Line not final for Charlton, as she's responsible for both runners, but 2 1/3 worth of work, 2 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. And as it stands right now, 4 runs, 3 of which are earned per the live stats. Though I do feel that that might change, given the 3 errors that came to arise in the top of the 6th inning. Pitchers count 1-2. Dorsis looking for strikeout number 9 on the year. Righty winds, fires, has soft contact, stays in play in foul territory, and the catch is made by Cundiff. Horton goes down with a pop out to third. 2 runners left on, and for Lynchburg, a very important 0 put on the board in the top of the 7th. Now the Hornets looking to get the 2 runs on the board, try to force extras or walk it off with 3 in the bottom of the 7th. Find out if Lynchburg can do that when we step aside and come back with more. Bottom of the 7th inning, Lynchburg sends Sophie Tully, Gracie Dooley, and Ashley Haley. At least those are the 3 scheduled to come to the plate. And it is indeed Taylor Sullivan staying in the circle for Averett, looking for the complete game win in her first start of the season. Averett leads 4-2, all 4 runs coming across in the top of the 6th inning. First pitch of the frame, in for a cold strike to Tully. Lynchburg's first baseman 0 for 1, walked, came around to score in the 5th. 0-1, elevated, missed the zone, count even at 1-1. They'll take a comeback effort, but Lynchburg looking for the first doubleheader sweep of the season. They split against William Peace and Methodist last weekend and then again yesterday, respectively. Averett's done a really good job. Stayed resilient after a tough loss in Game 1. It's a ground ball. Becomes a 5-6-3 putout. Don't see those that often. Ricocheted off the glove of Salem Hill. Thompson was there. And really nice hand coordination. Getting the ball out of the glove as quick as can be and made the throw to first to retire Tully for the first out in the home half of the 3rd. Or excuse me, home half of the 7th. Not quite the same there. 1 away. Slight pause, and we will have a pinch hitter come to the plate. Bree Hodges hitting the place of Gracie Dooley. Hodges started Game 1. And for the most part this year, been a staple in the starting 5. 6 game played. Has 4 starts. Was hitting 300 prior to the doubleheader. First pitch in for a strike against Hodges. Bree Hodges started out in right field in Game 1, went 0 for 4. So a hit would be her first of the day, and it would be in a big spot for Lynchburg, looking to mount the rally, trailing by a pair of runs. Now 1-1 count to Hodges. Meanwhile, Sullivan throwing 76 pitches through 6 1/3. Giving up 4 hits, 2 runs, only 1 of which is earned, 7 strikeouts to 1 walk. Sullivan has the signs from Coleman. Elevates, Hodges lays off. Count out at 2-2. Popped up by Hodges, stays in the infield. Thompson settles underneath it, makes the grab. for out number 2 in Lynchburg. Now down to their final out. With 2 away in the top of the 7th. It was 4 runs across from Averett to make it an 8-5 ball game. The Cougars did ultimately fall short to Lynchburg in the first game of our twin bill, but they made it interesting. Lynchburg looking to do the same. 2 away, bottom of the 7th. We'll have another pinch hitter. This time it's Kenneth Turner being called on, the freshman from Blue Ridge, Virginia. First pitch in for a called strike 1. Just the second game played this year for Turner. She's 1 for 1. The 0-1 slapped out of play. And now the Hornets down to their final strike. Averett a pitch away from their first win of the season. New softball in hand for Sullivan, who likewise a pitch away from first win on her sophomore campaign inside the circle. 0-2, freezes Turner, goes down looking. Backwards K, good for punch out number 8 for Taylor Sullivan. And it's a doubleheader split. Lynchburg takes game 1, 8-5. Averett responds with a 4-2 win in game number 2. What a great day of softball. Great weekend if you watched yesterday's broadcast as well. Beautiful days outside and also some great softball action. 2 really competitive games. 3-run win for Lynchburg in the first. 2-run win for Averett in game 2. Win obviously goes to Taylor Sullivan in a complete game effort. Loss for Lynchburg will go against Emily Charlton. Gave up 4 runs in the top of the 6th inning. Currently 3 of which are earned. Again, I think that might change given the 3 errors in that 6th inning. And ultimately, that feels like the biggest difference. Some fielding miscues for the Hornets in the top of the 6th. Hold Lynchburg back from a potential sweep of the doubleheader. But give a ton of credit to Averett. Stayed resilient and got all 4 runs in the same half inning. But sometimes that's the way softball can break. You just need that 1 inning where you take advantage of your chances. That was certainly the case in game 2 for Averett. That's going to do it for us at Moonfield. Once again, Lynchburg takes game 1, 8-5. Averett responds with a 4-2 win in game 2. My director, Sam Rice, and the rest of our fantastic LHSN broadcast crew, my name's TJ Wingert. And until next time, we are signing off.